Good evening, Budget and Finance Committee members. Can I have a motion to resume from recess?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by the Vice Chair, seconded by the Council President. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Just a reminder for council members and the public, pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or may view this meeting live through our Facebook, YouTube, and it's also broadcasting on Channel 22 on Comcast and Channel 42 for Verizon. Councilors, today we are hearing from the Mayor's Office, City Council, Emergency Management, Office of Planning and Development, which includes Office of Community Development, Planning Office, Planning Boards and Commissions, Planning, Zoning Board, and Economic Development. And lastly, we will also hear from Inspectional Services. Today, councilors, we're going to start with the Mayor's Office, and we have the Chief of Staff. Welcome, Chief of Staff. This is your first council meeting. So we have Senior Advisor Spanner and Chief of Staff Johanny Gamero representing Mayor Brian DePena. Mr. Spanner, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening. Madam Chair, Stephanie Infante.
It's been a lot, I know.
Council
Long day.
President, and Councilors Infante, Marmol and LePlante. Okay, it's a formal presentation. I would like to start with the,
Can you tell us the page number, please?
yeah, page number 28, if I'm not mistaken.
26.
Salary 27 and 26. But I would like to start because I have more comments in regards to the salary. Can we start on 28 or do you want to start? Yeah, we start on 28.
Yep. Oh, actually, let's start, no, let's keep the process consistent. So we've been first just reviewing the overview. So we'll take it by section: personal services, purchases of services, supplies, and other charges and expenses. And then after you give us the overview of the budget, if there's anything in particular that you want to emphasize as part of your presentation, you'll do that. And then I'll open it up for questioning and comments by the committee members.
Okay, then I'll start on page 27, personnel services. There has been a slight change in personnel services in the amount of $27,606. The total amount of budget is currently proposed for $936,764. In purchase of services, there is a $13,000 difference. The recommended amount by the mayor is $189,000. Under supplies, there's a $10,000 change to the amount, in the amount of the total amount of $22,000. And for other charges and expenses, we have a difference of $2,500. The recommended is $18,500. If we go on page 28, you can see you can have an overview of the salaries. In the mayor's salary, as expected, which the City Council has decided and voted on during the last fiscal year, 2026, the difference is $25,000 to an amount of $150,000 for the salary of the mayor. As you can appreciate, on one of the position of the constituent services, line item 3, which administrative aid for communication and constituent services, There's a difference of a change of $1,500. This is because this new person started in this position. So it's a new position and it started at a lower step. Then we have under the other difference would be the administrative aid for special projects. The change would be 7,125, which is a increase compared to the previous year, is because it didn't reflect the increase didn't reflect it reflected in this year's budget, not the previous year. There's one position that has been eliminated, which is the position of data clerk entry. After reviewing this position, the mayor has decided to have this current position to be transferred to the Department of DPW.
What was the position again?
The position of data entry clerk.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the one before last, before longevity. It has not budgeted. It's budgeted at zero because the mayor deemed this position to be appropriate under DPW facilities. The changes reflected we have moved around some funding. One of them has been under purchase services. We have moved supplies, some funding from supplies to out-of-state travel. We expect a slight increase in the out-of-state travel for the mayor. And also under advertisement. Here, some purchase orders from previous years was transferred over to the next fiscal year. Any questions?
Thank you, Advisor Spanner. Any questions, councilors? Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you, and welcome, Special Advisor Spanner. Under purchase of services, advertising is something that I remember back through the early part of the administration, when other departments had an advertising allotment, I think specifically the clerk's office. And what the mayor's office did at the time was it subsumed and brought all advertising out of the mayor's office. So my question is, what is the office, what is your office, what kind of things are you advertising that you're spending it on?
Well, first of all, if there's any events that are planned through the mayor's office, and in order for us to communicate with the public, that information is disseminated through the funding is used for that. We have also recognitions that are given through the community, our community members, and that is the funding is also used for that. That's in general what we use the funding for.
So the budget for this year, we're in 25, right? No, we're in 26. But last year's budget was 59,000. I think the amount of money that you have for the FY26, let me see here, is 125. So you underspent on other purchase services so far, but you overspent on advertising. And I realize under the special science of municipal budgeting, that we really shouldn't get too caught up in these small items. We should be more caught up in the bigger sub-objects, purchase of services, supplies, other changes. I get that. And you can maneuver those monies wherever. But at the time, when I say you, when the
mayor's
administration
office.
put it together, you actually thought something different. You thought there was money going to be spent less than that. And so what was unanticipated there? Was it another department? Was it the clerk's office coming, or was somebody else? Or how did that
No,
happen?
this is just the mayor, the mayor's office. The thing is, it's kind of, advertisement is kind of unpredictable. It depends on how you work with the community, what priorities there are, and what shows up. I mean, sometimes you have, you didn't expect, and we have looked at the budget from previous years and see where the priorities are. In this case is the advertisement, and particularly in communicating with the public
Okay.
and sharing information.
No, I get that. No one's going to quibble about getting communication, which is what you're suggesting. When you say advertising, I think of marketing, I think of Broadway, I'm thinking, how can we spin something? It's advertising. We want people to shop at our store. That's what we want, right? But
Yeah.
that's not what you mean here, I don't think. Or do you?
No, it's I think what the chairman of this committee has previously educated all of us, I believe. We put it on our advertisement and use it as one word. And it still is the same way that it's within the budget book. And how we divide it or how we use it, it might be for both purposes, and even, let's say, certain recognitions that the mayor would like to give, or citations to community members in recognition. But it's part of advertisement.
Sure. And the last thing I think on this, the thing that caught my attention as well is the out-of-state travel under other charges and expenses, that is going up. I mean, what kind of trips are you, I mean, you've obviously forecasted for the next fiscal year. So what is your expectation for out-of-state travel for the mayor in this upcoming year?
I believe that the mayor's intention is to, like in previous years, he has visited New Jersey. Most of his travels, he pays for it. Unfortunately, those that go with him, for instance, recently that we have traveled with the mayor, the mayor pays all of his expenses. But if, let's say, myself or any department head is invited to travel with the mayor or accompany the mayor, then those expenses are not covered out of pocket. It would be budgeted for. There are conferences and meetings that the mayor deems necessary to not only showcase the progress that the city has done, but also to promote the city indirectly. That's why we have increased the budget in that particular item.
And allow me just to drill down, I just pulling out last year's budget, because as the council president, who does the same thing, knows that you can actually go back another year or so on that. There seems to be, well, that's really weird. In 2023, the mayor spent $5,900 on that, but every year since then, it was under $1,000 in 24, under $1,000 in 25. And then this current year, we're at 4,000, but who knows if we're going to reach the 75 that's in the proposed budget, but we're going to go beyond that. There seems, since 2003, there seems to be a bit of a trend line going forward. So the travel stuff, I don't want to put words in your mouth. It's becoming more important now. It was less important back 2 or 3 years ago for this.
Well, it depends on the relationships and the need for outside travel. Remember, it also has to do with expenses that comes with travel, whether by air or traveling by airplane or by driving. And it does make a difference, and we all know that out-of-state travel for many other communities and departments have increased.
Sure.
So we need to consider that.
Sure. I'm going to give you an opportunity because we all hear things. One of the biggest criticisms of this mayor is that he's away, I'm not saying this, this is the word on the street. He's away from Lawrence more than he's in Lawrence. And now what we're doing is we're seeing more out-of-state travel, which would tell somebody, wow, he's looking to be out of the city even more than what he was for the past few years. How does the office respond to that?
I think that's a wrong perception because the reality is not that. I think most of us, and most of the time that we work during the week, the mayor is visible within the community, works for long hours. He starts at around immediately after he drops his son to school. He's right here at the office, or he's within the community. Mostly in the morning, his responsibility is to do site visit with the director of DPW to look at the several complaints, look at the roads, how the city looks like. And he's continuously getting involved within the community and he's visible in whether it's a new business that starts, launches in the community, he is there. And like for instance, the travel that we recently did in Colombia that was highly published. It was not necessarily criticized. The mayor received an invitation because people know internationally as well that Lawrence, being a highly Hispanic population, is different, it's changing. And they want to know what is for instance, a person, a mayor that is from a Hispanic background, what is the difference that he's making compared to the other places? Also, what probably people don't know is that the economy has changed and is global. In the same travel that we did in Colombia, we have people that are businessmen and women in Lawrence that are doing business within some of the municipalities that are overseas. And the reason why they do that is because they're trying to get their products manufactured at the lower price. At the same time, those from in foreign countries are interested in knowing how they can start their business or have collaboration or doing some sort of trade with businesses that are basically Hispanic, that understands the culture, and that uses Hispanic products. And that has been the case. To our surprise, the Pollo Centro that does business, for instance, with Colombia, one of the few, but they are actually doing business with them with what they call it, the tostones, with the plantain. The plantain is prepared in Colombia and brought here and being prepared as a food item. And the Colombian, some of the Colombian municipalities are looking at opportunities as well, especially those smaller companies that are selling flowers. If there are opportunities for them to do business here with other Colombians to basically for logistics reasons to sell their product. And as a matter of fact, those are planned visits that we have. There's already 3 invitations that the mayor needs to consider for them people that want to come to Lawrence to appreciate the city and see what is different in Lawrence compared to other municipalities in the state.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Spanner.
Yeah.
Thank you. Council Marmo.
Senior Advisor, I want to start off by touching on the position that you're saying is going to be transferred over to DPW. Did the department or did the administration come to the realization that this position serves no use as it was intended for when it was budgeted for the last budget?
Okay, first, good evening, Councilor. First of all, It's not positions, it's one position that is transferred.
That's what I meant to say, that one position that they.
Yeah, one
that-
position, and no, that's not the case. I think what we're trying to do is to look at where are basically the needs, and instead of creating new positions, we can transfer one position to a department that is maybe, that needs the service, or needs the employee to serve. And DPW, as you know, is I think like 70% of people that come, well, let me put it lower, like 60% of people that come to visit City of Lawrence, they want to do, whether it's with DPW or Water Department, and the rest of them are split out between the city clerk as well as the Department of Inspectional Services. So by evaluating this and also reducing our own costs, the mayor decided and recommended that this position is better suited in DPW at the moment, and in order for us to adjust our salary.
I can hear you from here, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Continue, advisor.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons, is where the priorities are, but not that the position is not needed.
Okay. The reason why I asked specifically regarding that position, and again, I want to emphasize, this has nothing to do with the particular person, a lovely human being, but I remember vividly last budget, I spoke out against that this position wasn't necessarily needed. In trying to be fiscally responsible, I remember being vocal in trying to cut the mayor's budget, and I was ostracized for it, but again, it was because I had spoken out how I deemed that this position wasn't necessarily a need for the department, and it just, I'm coming to the realization that you guys are coming to the realization how this isn't needed for your department as well. Therefore, you guys are transferring this position over. So I'm glad you guys made that assessment, but I want to say all of this to say that sometimes when someone is presenting to you that something isn't working, it's not necessarily, and I'll speak for myself, it's not necessarily trying to go against whatever the administration wants to get approved, and we're just automatically, or I just automatically want to deny everything that comes before me when it comes from the mayor's office. I feel like I specifically sometimes don't see eye to eye with the mayor or with the department or the administration, so to speak, because I see that you guys are a team, so it's not necessarily the mayor himself. It could be whoever's advising him that this is necessary. So again, I just want to emphasize that if I come to you and have these conversations where I don't think that makes sense, again, I'm trying to be fiscally responsible. I want to segue into the advertising and other purchasing services.
Can we go back to
Oh,
that
sure,
one?
go ahead. We'll put a pin on that.
At that time, and I think that this individual served for 2 years in the capacity, and you do see a difference, and it was needed. Some of the changes or positions that we wanted within the administration, and we are not happy that we're losing this particular position. But the mayor said, you know, if all departments are making the sacrifice, then my office also needs to make the sacrifice, but not that it is not needed.
It wasn't a priority though, considering that our city is struggling. So to me, again, having someone help constituents who are coming in, let me not even refer them to constituents. Residents in the city of Lawrence that are coming in this building, of course, it's helpful to have somebody guide them, but I received complaints on how people would call in. As a matter of fact, let me rewind myself. Let me backtrack. I've been told how people have physically come into this building and they would see the phone off the hook and nobody's sitting at that desk. And whoever's calling at that time, obviously it's a busy tone, like they're not getting through anybody. So again, I'm not trying to say that that position is not helpful to have, but to me it wasn't a priority considering how the city struggles when it comes to financing and funding for a lot of other important stuff. So to me, it could have been a position that could have waited for a time where we were more financially stable,
And
if that makes any sense.
And I would like to add before you answer that Advisor Spanner. And correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor Marmol. What I'm also hearing is half of that is that what happened after the fact, that she voiced her concern and her opinion. And I think you made a great point about sometimes, and I've said this to you and the mayor before, sometimes when it's us with the idea, we think the idea is great, and we don't see the flaws in it. But when it's a person from the outside looking in and analyzing, they might catch things that we don't catch. And I think that's what you're referring to, Councilor Marmol, is that you expressed it, and there was there was some tension after that.
I mean, the whole process was.
Yeah, there was some tension after that. But I think that's a learning lesson from all of us, for all of us, because now we're in the position today, but I wanted to re-emphasize that point as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to go into the back and forth because it's a matter of opinion. And what I can say is today, what we did previously with the position was not only as a greeter. This individual was also, if you're here at City Hall on a daily basis, yeah, the person is in front, but his other responsibilities that were assigned to him that form part, that's the reason why we call the position a data entry position. But in all fairness to you, it happens to be that this year, the mayor decided that, okay, which other department this position would serve best, and that has been the case.
I know you're saying it's a matter of opinion, but I must say that it's not just his position, it's other positions within this administration that we were vocal in advising the mayor heavily to reconsider. And I'm not gonna go into details.
No, we might go back. I remember a comment
We
about
might,
salary
but
as well.
there's other positions within the mayor's administration where I spoke again. I remember vividly speaking out against, and again, I was coming from a place of trying to advise the mayor. And again, sometimes depending on, it's not the delivery, it's where the message is coming from, it's not received well, or just the assumption that we're just trying to be against the mayor in everything, and that is not necessarily the case. Sometimes we're able to see things, and again, it is a matter of opinion, but I think that sometimes when several people are saying similar things, then maybe we should try to reconsider. But I'll put a pin on that. I want to segue into the advertising and other purchase services section. I have a major issue with this because I want to gain an understanding. When you guys, and I understand advertising, I'm for doing videos to educate the public. I'm for the mayor doing videos to highlight the work that's being done. What I have an issue with is some of the invoices that I have seen from some of these vendors that are quite disgusting when it comes to taking advantage and sending these invoices where we're paying. And I want to gain an understanding as to why everything has to be a production, why it has to be as if you're doing a movie and Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's about to pop up. Like, I don't understand why we're spending $10,000 on one video. I really don't understand. And I'm gonna get into details with some of these invoices because it should be highlighted. And I want you to help me understand and help me I need you to help me understand and justify how these invoices even make sense. I know the state delegation, we have 3 state reps, a state senator, and I'm not trying to say that you guys need to use an iPhone to do some of these videos, but when we're fixing the sidewalk or fixing the roads, so to speak, or something simple, why do we need a major production where it's costing us over $6,000, $7,000, $10,000 just to highlight that? I don't understand.
Well, going back to the days, and this hasn't started now, it was in previous budgets we have also discussed. There's certain, let's say, video productions that we necessarily, we don't have the in-house people to do it, okay? There's a focus, and we're trying to separate what is what is the information that we want to disseminate. We want it to be done correctly, and we want to also use the production in several outlets. Some of these productions that you have seen, and we also spoke about that with the mayor the other day, was there's different, they call it billboards, or that's the way that it was explained to us. It's not the big billboards, but billboards that are in small supermarkets, restaurants, or public places where people go to. It is important because when people are shopping, at least they can see information about what's happening in the city. That's number one. There's also information that is disseminated. I wish that some of these production, and that's something that we are going to contemplate in the near future, to educate the people about our community about the budget, for instance. People need that information to understand whether their budget is going to, if their taxes are going to increase or not. But in previous productions, we have had about how to, it's like a public awareness that was that was showcased on how people needed to maintain their property, trash pickup, and so forth. But we can review that as well with you. And you haven't been the only person to criticize, but this was an issue that we advertised, we issued an RFP, and we worked with a vendor that was at that time. As a matter of fact, the contract expired in April.
Okay, I'm not.
So moving forward, there might be, and there was other programs as well that we needed to advertise. There was ARPA funding that was used with nonprofit.
But the invoices that I'm referring, it's not the educational, it's not educational videos where I could see how it makes sense. And it's not the billboard ones I'm referencing. So I'm the one I'm looking at, and I jotted it down. We paid over $10,000 for the Prospering Lawrence Small Business. You guys did a video, and in just editing alone, it's like Vitos Deportivo is costing us or charging us almost $600 an hour. And then he claims to be editing these videos for 4 hours. So $600 times 4. So just editing alone, like that, $10,000, that could have gone to a small business, and you could have had anyone snapping pictures with a regular phone or a camera. Like I know we used to have Nestor, who would literally follow you guys around recording and taking pictures. I just don't understand, like, seeking outside vendors to do these type of businesses, and businesses, vendors like him, I would say vendors like him who are abusing the generosity from the administration to even choose him as a vendor, because I know you guys have other options. So him abusing the generosity that you guys are lending him in him being a vendor, coming to these events, snapping pictures, and doing videos. I see a Christmas video, over $17,000. Again, I just don't understand how we're paying almost $18,000 for a video. Like, I just can't comprehend it. I really don't. And again, I'm not opposed to the mayor doing videos. I'm not opposed to the mayor highlighting the amazing work that's being done and how a park is being improved and how these sidewalks we're making them ADA compliant. I love that. I love that you guys are doing that. But to me, it's, you guys are choosing to do business with vendors like him. And I'm sorry, but I have to call it out. And vendors like him who I'm gonna publicly say, you're not gonna bully me. Nobody's gonna bully me to silence and think that I don't have a right to ask these questions, because apparently asking questions automatically I'm gonna be castricized for it. There's no reason why I'm seeing an invoice because Senator Ed Markey came to visit the city of Lawrence and decided to visit businesses. Why is the city of Lawrence paying for this? Why isn't it coming out of Ed Markey's budget? Thank you for visiting Lawrence. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would be part of the tour for free. I just don't understand why we're paying over 6,000. I feel like if I was to add up all these invoices, we could have helped so many businesses that are struggling. I'm sorry, you could have hired somebody to do exactly what this person is doing and save the city money. And I'm speaking out of frustration because, again, it's like I'm not trying to be against the mayor. I'm not trying to, pick a fight and trying to, cut your budget. But I really am, I'm imploring and begging my colleagues to hear me out when it comes to this, because I don't see how this makes sense. And I'm glad that you are mentioning that is it safe to say that I'm understanding that this vendor, are you saying right now that you're no longer in business with this vendor? So are
No,
we?
remember, we are a public entity. We follow procurement laws.
I also,
We follow the procurement laws. This individual, this company was selected at that time, and we had a 3-year contract with the individual. The contract
So
has
you-
expired. Now we are going to reissue an RFP.
So you guys chose a vendor that charges $600 an hour when you guys could have chosen another
No,
vendor that.
This is what happens sometimes with Lawrence, and what my experience has been. People believe that we would accept all types of proposals. Okay, sometimes people just submit two pages or 3 pages and put a lower number or a number in between or even more expensive. But that's not how you deal with the city of Lawrence. I think we are beyond that. Maybe that has happened in the past. But if you're going to present a product and you're going to say that you are an advertising or a media or a company involved in media or in production, you should be able to do a better presentation and present it. Now, the price for you has been, maybe is expensive, and for others as well. But it depends. We did a comparison within the market. Yes, you have other people that have production, but they don't have probably the insurance or liability insurance that would be the same as a company that is at that level.
These invoices, so when I was seeing the invoices and it says 6 hours of editing, how do we know that that was actually the case?
No, I'm not going to dispute that. And,
No,
and
I was just
remember,
wondering, right? We don't have the ability to
Yeah.
know that, right?
I know you have, and Counselor, I do understand that you have an obligation to, first of all, the right to criticize the administration in order for us to maybe also make certain changes.
even that word is inaccurate.
Sorry?
Even that word,
Criticize?
criticize, is inaccurate. We are the legislative body of the municipal government. Our job is to question and ensure that funds are being allocated appropriately and used appropriately, and ensuring that our legislative processes are being followed. We're not trying to criticize. We're
Well,
doing our job.
if you're saying that, first of all, we're following procurement process, and you're saying that we chose the company.
No, I'm
We
looking.
didn't choose a
I'm
company.
looking
The
for
company-
you to help me understand how we chose a vendor. Okay, so again, I'm trying to understand because I don't work for the administration. I'm not the one that puts together the RFP. I'm not the one who sees the list of those that submitted the RFP. I didn't know how many you were able to choose from or evaluate. I have no clue. So if it is presumed that maybe more than one person submitted an RFP, I don't know.
Yes.
If more than one person submitted an RFP, yet we're using this specific vendor, aren't you choosing to work with this vendor?
Yes, I mean, there's a selection committee that does, when we have an RFP, it's not one individual or the mayor.
I'm not saying it was
That's
the mayor. I promise you, I'm not
Yeah.
specifying that it was the mayor who chose him himself.
Yeah.
I'm saying us as a body,
I
we're
think we
choosing.
have been selected.
We are choosing. We are choosing to do business, conduct business with this vendor.
Point of information.
Just to bring some clarity to the process that took place back then, 3 years ago, there was 3 vendors.
I
One
think
that
there were
was,
4.
as far as I remember, 3 vendors.
3,
One
yeah.
was less than $100. The other one was less than $300. Just not to be specific, but I kind of know the numbers. One was under $100, the other one was under $300, and the other one was a little under $600. and one of them was, two of them were from the city. The other one was, I believe, from
Boston.
either Woburn or close to Boston.
Boston.
Council Marmal?
So again, I want to reiterate, I was seeking to gain understanding as to how we went about in having this specific vendor, which is very clear to me. And again, I'm choosing this one vendor just because I'm afraid to even ask for records for other vendors. I'm afraid. Because just this one vendor alone, the invoices are alarming. And again, it doesn't make sense. And by all means, I'm not saying to choose during the RFP process, I'm not saying we should choose the cheapest person either. I'm just like, where's the happy medium? And if we're really trying to be fiscally responsible, are we really doing our best? And I feel like I'm being provided with fluff, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
And the way I see it is, his conduct is very unbecoming, and the fact that we still choose to do business with this vendor sends the wrong message from the administration as well.
Just remember that the contract is over. The contract is over. Your opinion and your assessment, I mean, surely we will discuss that now that we have a following opportunity. But I would advise, and through this public forum, if vendors are interested in working with the City of Lawrence, they have to make the effort in preparing themselves better, present better proposals. Otherwise, they would not be selected. We just recently had one as well. It was brought to the mayor's attention. I looked at it and we discussed it with the mayor. And the question was, if it's this, you have a company that is making all the effort trying to present, it's not in the media, but took their time to value the City of Lawrence, to make a good presentation, prepare a good proposal, while you have another one that has had experience working with the city in the past, but didn't do that. It just presented like loose leaves or a pamphlet, I would call it. And those are the difference, and maybe we should educate but your opinion is valued, and we will consider that. So the next vendor that is being, the next RFP that we will send out would represent some of the ideas that you have here in the city as city council members. We will evaluate.
Okay. For now, I think I'm all set. Yeah, for now.
Give me a second. Advisor Spanner, you mentioned as you were responding to Councilor Marmal about not having in-house people to do it and the size, being busy, the size of the office and who the office caters to, which is the residents of the city of Lawrence. And I don't think Councilor Marmal finished her remarks, but I want to piggyback on something that an example she was trying to use, but then continue with another example. Our state delegation, specifically our state senator's office. His communications director is amazing. And she produces sometimes better videos than what we see coming out of the city of Lawrence. And she doesn't have a whole production. It comes from her cell phone. And they service 3 cities, not just the city of Lawrence. So the volume, as you know, is much bigger. So that's something to take into consideration. I do understand special projects, I get that. There's some things that need a little bit extra attention or special attention to promote it better. I understand that. And those are case by case. And I'm going to end my comment with a question. Hearing the numbers that Councilor Marmal was questioning, where are we paying this from? Because the advertising line in the mayor's budget, it's marketing and advertising, as we spoke last year and years before, during the budget hearing process. The budget for that is only 70 grand. And if you add only those numbers, we're close to 70 grand. And I know
Correct.
there are more invoices, so where is the
Correct.
rest of the money coming
Rem-
from?
Yes, I will refresh your memory as when we presented our budget proposal for the free cash ARPA funding. I call it free cash because the ARPA funding was transferred into free cash. There was, I believe, like $800,000, excuse me, $800,000 that was set aside for marketing, advertisement, I think, public relation as well, based on the total amount of funding that we received. If you take $53 million, that would represent, I think, 10, maybe a percent and a half of what we receive in ARPA funding. And most of the programs that we use, I mean, the funding that we use for that particular, for some of the expenses that you mentioned, was paid through, as part of that $800,000 that we set aside during, I think, since 2023, right? That we approved, that you approved the ARPA funding. So, during a period of 3 years, and I think we still have some funds available within that category. But the
Okay.
funding was used for that.
I thought that was
Some
going
of
to
it.
be my last, this is my last comment, then we're going to go to Council President. Council Marmo, some of your concerns about pricing and the RFP process, I'm hoping that it will improve with the new process that our purchasing officer announced through email, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, that we actually gave kudos to her on Monday night for that. I think that's an amazing improvement. And before, she explained that RFPs were submitted without pricing, and once the city chose something, you know, they saw the pricing at the final stage, and now everything needs to be included throughout the entire process. And I think that's amazing. So hopefully, in addition to the presentation within that package, we'll be more fiscally conscious of vendors of whom we're choosing. Council
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is unfortunate that we focus in only on this specific line item, but the reason being is because this has been most of the time. This has been one of the hot topic when it comes to the mayor's office. The mayor's office came from a budget of about $400,000 when they start. It went all the way up to $1,100,000, and then now it's coming down to 900, about 900. I mean, about 1 million, still 1,000,001. And essentially, what I'm seeing is that sometimes when something is working, but it actually got so many people's attention, I believe the mayor should look into that, because it's not just because people want to talk about it. It's because it's for a reason. I believe that the RFP process, when it comes to specific vendors, has been reviewed, revised, which is a good thing. Let's see the result out of that. In particular, in this particular situation, a 3 years contract for this vendor. A lot of people, or multiple people, has asked the evaluation process sheet.
Yes.
That disappeared. That was never available to any FOIA request. And actually, I encourage you to look into it.
Okay, I'll look into it because
100%.
yeah, that's the first thing that we asked, the tally, and first to find out all the. Sorry for interrupting you, but
No.
you know, to tally
Give us
number one,
information.
which are the companies, and see how they scored, and then we have a committee on I think all the.
If that's available, perfect. I would like to
Yep,
see it.
of course.
Because in that way, we talk about a specific data as of why. I remember I have seen many of the information regarding to this contract, and I have no issues whatsoever when it comes to any vendor in particular that the mayor have choose, but when the vendor specifically have a code of conduct that is not up to the standards related to a city business, I think that instead of just allowing things to be, councilors to be attacked personally, allowing councilors to be just, poke. I think that that's not helpful for the city. Why? Because at the end of the day, if a councilor says something that is on record, that situation might be enough information to for the city to be sued. And then if that's the case, which I feel like on this particular vendor, that person was looking for something out of us to get enough ground to be able to sue the city. And no response to multiple emails that were actually instigating and insinuating situations when last year's budget season nobody even mentioned no vendors by name, just and it was an assumption that we were specifically talking about this particular situation. I don't believe that that's productive to the city of Lawrence. And if the mayor doesn't look at that and allow this to happen and continuously out of his office, allowing these specific situation to keep on being pushed and not necessarily saying to stop, that question the mayor's ability to manage the cities in general, the cities well-being being of the entire
Management.
population. When I see it, I stay quiet, I look at it, I observe, and let things go. But I believe that is for the best interest of the mayor to look at that situation and see and have control of his vendors, because they work for the mayor directly.
Or for the
That
city,
line
right?
item, and for the city, but the line item come out of the mayor's budget. So he have more responsibility on those. I understand all the departments have vendors and so far so on, but I mean, kind of like, disappointment, that's the right word. When it comes to the RFP process, I'm gonna reiterate on that, the tally sheet is important, so we can understand it as of why the administration have choose any vendor. So, like I said, on this particular case, I appreciate that you're going to look into it. That potentially we might be able to find it and see it.
If you have any specific that you need to, I would like to know, because we're
Oh,
supposed to have all that information.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
We are. But that has not been available to FOIA requests that has been sent
That's-
on many occasions, specifically.
Yeah. We'll
When it
find
comes to the liability insurance, that's something that any vendor that
That deals
is
with the
going
city.
to apply for this new contract, I think that should be looked at, because that will tell us the amount of people that work for that company, and compared to potentially the amount of money that was charged based on amount of people doing the work. So the liability insurance won't lie when it comes to, the workers' comp for people that work for that company won't lie, because in that way we can also take a look at that. When it comes to the mayor's office, there is something that caught my attention. You already
Salaries?
You already have discussed that. You talked to many of that. You already respond many of the questions that the other councilors have. So eventually, if I have any questions, I'll definitely ask at the full council.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to?
No,
any other-
just
sorry,
I wanted
Second
to-
round, sorry,
Right.
second round? Second round? All right.
I just wanted to say that point well taken, and I think we have, like going to 5 years working on budgets, and just to let you know that we're not here, and also on my part, when the mayor, we did look at certain things. I'm not going to speak publicly of every how we come to all the decision-making, but we have spoken about some of the costs. Obviously, we need to consider fasten our seatbelt, especially when it comes to the next couple of years, if we're talking about the sustainability of the city. And one of your comments in regards to this, in terms of advertisement and other costs, just to let you know, it's a point well taken. Okay?
Thank you, Advisor Spanner. All right, we're gonna go into recess. Now that you're emergency management. Oh. So, might as well just get that done.
Let me see what page.
One of the last pages. Emergency management. At the end.
101.
Page 99. 99 and 100.
Yes, page 99. Well, we've discussed this position in previous years. I think it's going for 3 years, I believe. And I remember last year, this was one of we took the recommendation, as a matter of fact, from the city council. I think it was one of the recommendation of Councilor LaPlante when he said that, and all of you voted, that first we should be hiring a consultant to prepare an emergency management plan before consideration. We do believe that this position is a position that is worth coming before you again as a fund. As you see that for funding, as you see the salary has remained the same to $105,000, and that's basically what I can say about this position. We have an emergency plan. I believe both the police chief as well as I know the fire chief has requested an assistant chief position. This is a very valuable position in the city, especially when it comes to certain emergencies, because it doesn't only cover fire, it covers standoffs, any hazardous situation that we may have in our community, which we have had in the past. It involves the airport as well, and we consider, the administration, the mayor considers this a position to have. And to have a fire chief, or if it's the fire chief at the moment is the emergency person, but if they had, let's say, the police chief, or you had the fire chief that would have an assistant, then we would think that this position could be eliminated and then be a responsibility of one of, let's say, an assistant chief, like in other communities. In the city of Methuen, I believe they have the assistant chief, police chief, who serves as the emergency management. But if you go to North Andover, you would have that this position is totally funded independently from the department. So I would leave it to your discretion. It's not going to make us, I do believe that we need it, depending on the circumstances and depending on urgencies. I don't want the city to go through a catastrophe, God forbid, and we are not prepared to do this. And there's still some work that needs to be done.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilor LaPlante?
Not a question, I just want to make a statement. So when I first saw this, I'm like, there's no way in heck I'm voting for this thing. We need a plan. Let's get a plan done, and let's have somebody internal, like the police, the fire chief, to implement the plan. That made sense to me, right? Step one, get the plan, figure out what we need to do, and then we already have somebody there to be able to do it. Well, the fire chief came here last night looking for the assistant fire chief, and I'm thinking, it's not. I mean, I could be sold on it, but right now, there needs to be more selling. I'm not there yet. Now, tonight you come here, and I was, before you even said it, I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe if they put the assistant fire chief having that responsibility, but keeping the main thrust to the fire chief or his designee, which could be the assistant chief. Now we're talking about a place that I think makes some sense, because then I know there's going to be someone who's going to be focused on it, but it also provides the relief that the fire chief says he needs to take care of the other stuff, to have a more efficient fire department. So now I'm getting to a place where I could be persuaded that that's the place to go for it.
Please.
So there you go.
I think it's very important, Counselor, thank you for what you just said. To delegate this responsibility only to the fire chief, or let's say a police chief, it's not going to work. I think if it's a position where it could be with one department, depending on what you think, I believe it's, you just hit the nail on the head. It would work for the administration as well. I believe the mayor, it's a good sell to the mayor.
And I don't
And
think,
you can have one person focused because there's still more work to be done on the plan.
and I think you can say at the $105,000, you can cut that out, and you're about to hire, if this council supports an assistant fire chief, we won't need this $105,000. We can actually put that into a place that we could use it. That's how I'm thinking about it as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm here all night.
I want to say, I don't know why, every time you laugh or giggle, it makes me laugh, because I'm like over here, like, we've been, to use the word, criticize the council for laughing during, and I want to say it's because you're making me laugh. I'm looking at you, you're making me laugh, in case we have some people out there that want to.
I know.
And it's okay to laugh. Capo, your department still has the crown. But I want to
We're
say,
good?
I do want to comment about the emergency management. And for those that weren't there, but what I mean by the crown is that we had a light, funny, throughout the hearings night on Monday with the Capo's department. So that's what I mean. I'm not being disrespectful or anything like that. So I mentioned this before, and I'm going to mention it again because it's literally engraved in my head what I experienced. In 2023, when we had the windstorm emergency, that District E was impacted tremendously. That was one of the most disorganized process I've seen. And everybody wanted to be the lead. Nobody was listening to one another. I don't know if the mayor was away or something. I forget what it was, but everybody wanted to be the leader. And when we have emergencies like that, there is no time to play these childish games. We are a municipality, we're government, and the people need us, especially when they're nervous about their home, their electricity, whatever the case may be. And if the emergency management position does pass through this process, what I want to see is more organization when it comes to, if the mayor is unavailable, if the chief of staff is unavailable, if whomever from the mayor's office, the advisor, is unavailable, what is that command? And we need to follow, because in an emergency, anything can happen.
Correct.
So
Yep.
I
agreed.
want to engrave that in the
Yeah,
administration's
correct.
mind.
It's correct, and that's why we have this position, and I think that would resolve most of the problems.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so
Thank you.
much, Advisor Spanner. All right. We are going, what time is it? 7:18. City Council, yep. It's shorter. We do have to go into recess at 7:45 for a quick special full council meeting. It literally will take less than 10 minutes for those still waiting at 7:45.
What is this?
Good evening, councilors. Giovanni Rodriguez, City Council President. Madam Chair, through you, today we're introducing the City Council budget for the fiscal year 2027. This is a level funded budget compared to last year. And some of the line item that we have. The first one, starting with personal services, salaries and wages. We have 10 people serving this department. Page 20, 23, 24, and 25. We got 10 people serving this department, and 9 city councilors, and 1 confidential secretary. The increase that you've seen is that 2.5% that is being given to non-union employees, to the confidential secretary, that equate to $1,820. The longevity, the confidential secretary for the city council have earned that over the years. She have worked for the city of Lawrence for many years so far. Purchase and services, we have the audit, and that's a allocation for $70,000. Printing and mailing, we have printing and mailing $2,500. Other purchase services, we got $33,000 for that. Employee training, we got $2,500.
Council President,
Yes.
if the audience is going to have conversations, I'm going to ask you to go to the hallway, please, moving forward. Because if I'm able to hear you from here, I'm sure my colleagues are also having issues hearing the speaker. Council President.
Professional services, we have $30,000 for that. Office supply, operational supply, we got a total of $12,500. Other charges and services, perhaps out-of-state travel and dual membership, we got $10,000. For the total amount of dollars for the city council budget of this year, fiscal year 2027, is $504,620. So, any questions?
Councilors, any questions? Councilor Marmo.
I don't know if it's a question or a comment, maybe a comment. Council President, me being me and equal opportunity mindset here, I think it's important for me to publicly, as we're talking about budget, I think it's the correct forum to mention this. In speaking of the salaries and budgets, I'm not gonna specify any specific position, but I must say and express my disappointment when being met with defensiveness for simply asking for, certain requests, which I find pretty basic. Besides being a counselor, I'm an employee myself. I'm busy. I have a full-time job, and I can count with a handful of times the amount of times that I have ever needed anything from city council or anyone that serves a purpose in serving us. So being that you are the council president, I think it's important that if there are any frustrations, if there are any grievances, if there are any concerns, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when we had the personnel director and we talked about, what was the process of, I don't want to use the word reprimand, but, there's a process to have these open dialogues and discussions, that I think that despite how tough it is, because we have established relationships with a lot of employees here, it blurs the line a bit, and we don't want to necessarily say anything, but I think it's important that we also have to recognize that we all have certain duties, and, you know, I think it's important that, I'm not sure what you as a council president, how you manage how do I word this? How do you manage when it comes to addressing these concerns?
No, thank you, Council Member, for bringing this up to my attention. Definitely, we have conversation about how to improve communication, especially when it comes to email and potential interpretation of that, instead of just focusing on getting anything that we need to do and getting it done. I believe that, going back and forth on a specific conversation is better off to focusing on what is requested instead of how it was requested. But definitely point well taken, and I will definitely address the issue.
Okay, I'm still reviewing, so for
Yep.
now, I'm gonna put a pin on it, and I will allow my colleagues to,
Yeah.
ask questions.
Just for that, something that I didn't mention is the salaries. When it comes to the salary, the city councilors, they get $25,000 a year, except for the council president, which I get $27,500.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Council, Councilmember.
Okay. I'll bring up, in terms of like dues and memberships, I know we have, $5,000 allocated, but I'm only seeing maybe $300 was used. Are there any memberships that maybe counselors are not aware of that we should be signing up for, and maybe we haven't? I'm just wondering, because of the fact that I see that money is allocated for that line item, but I'm not seeing that maybe the majority of those funds have been used.
No, definitely. When it comes to dues and memberships, we want the councilors to be members of different organizations that are positive and bring some education component to it. I have encouraged members of the council to sign up for different organizations, perhaps NALEO or other organizations that are important, and potentially send us the invoice, because we believe that
Development,
professional services
so,
are also acquired through being member of different organizations that can help us out to understand how other municipalities perhaps work, and also as well other part of the country.
Okay. If you don't mind, could you provide us with a list of maybe these memberships that some counselors are not aware of, I'm not aware of? So if you do have a list.
Yeah, I
of
will
these
definitely
organizations, if you could send
put
that
a
out.
list together of potential dues, potential membership that we can acquire.
I would say if it's not an interest, I would provide it to the council prior to the final vote. Because if it's not an interest, then just like, again, to be transparent across the board, then for me, I'm looking at it, that's an area to decrease in the budget. But what I am going to say, that I think this is a good opportunity. Thank you for working with our secretary and with our city clerk for the media subscriptions. I think that's important as a council to have, that we all share, the 9 of us. One thing that I think would be beneficial for the city council, if funds, whether if they stay, if they don't get cut, I think we need training.
100%.
I think we need behavioral training and development. I think the side comments, the laughter when a counselor makes mistakes, et cetera, and sometimes I've been guilty of it myself, so I'm not stating this saying that I'm a perfect counselor. All 9 of us have been guilty of doing this, but it's getting to the point where the feedback of how the council looks as a body is getting stronger, and it's to the point where I don't believe that we can ignore it anymore. We need to work together to an extent, and we need to be more professional as a city council. And I think if counselors are not interested in joining memberships or dues, then this is an area where potentially we should look at doing a Saturday development, professional development for the council. The school committee recently did one with a vendor, an agency based out of Arizona, but they work nationwide, and it sounds like it was very informative and helpful for the school committee, the superintendent, and the principal, the head principal of the Lawrence High, So I think we need to do something similar.
No, I agree. And what I can say is that all the charges and expenses within that specific line items, even though we probably don't spend that money on dues and membership, but the out-of-state travel also takes some of that money. We haven't put in yet for the reimbursement of that conference that we have in Washington, the district, the third district day. But that will be a significant amount. Just like last year, we have about $5,331 on that line item, and this year will be not similar, but close to that because that haven't been processed yet. But some of that money was actually used, as well as some of the counselors went to the MMA. That conference took place in Boston, and also, when it comes to the travel, parking, reimbursement for the day, for the food and stuff like that, that haven't been processed yet, but that's gonna be soon to be processed. I have to be this month. I know I'm personally extremely busy when it comes to my professional career and also as a city council, that I haven't even think about, putting together that application that I need to do for the reimbursement, and I need to do that. But I believe that other councilors also have that. I haven't been able to charge onto that specific line item.
And one thing I'm gonna add, again, I don't know how this is going to look. Right now, to me, it's an area that should be cut, but a little bit more. But one thing that could be useful, we do have city council employee or employees. For example, we can use possibly funds to help our confidential secretary become certified, say, in Microsoft Suite. That's a program that is offered, that it does come with a fee. And if the council's not using it, then how can we use these funds that are approved and allocated to help someone else within our office? We also have the city clerk, and I know she has her own budget, but that's under the city council, a portion of the city attorney. What other avenues can we help one another to grow? Because our term is every 2 years, but the employees that we have here, they've been here for a while, and they're probably going to stay longer than us. And if they're under our umbrella, then let's see how we can get better
No,
at that as well.
100%. I mean, and that money can definitely be transferred to, some of that money can definitely be transferred to employee training, which we have $2,500. But we haven't, as you said, we definitely need training, and those training that we haven't seek or we don't know about, they have a cost associated with. But we're definitely going to look into it, because we believe that if we better train, we will provide a better service to the community.
Thank you. Councilor, before you all start, Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you. Madam Chair, you mentioned something I was not aware of. Media subscription services, what are we paying for? What's available to us?
It was sent to the full council, the Eagle Tribune. We have a business account with the Eagle Tribune.
So every city councilor can access the Eagle Tribune at this point?
Yes, and the email and the password was sent, it was the city clerk that sent us an email with the login credentials.
I'll check in with her then to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sent
And
to
the
all
way it
of
works
us.
through Madam Chair is that We have one account that multiple council can go at the same time, and with a limit. So if it is over, I believe 3 or 4, and then it kicked one out. But I mean, multiple council can go at the same time. I'm assuming that, you know, over the day, not everyone is gonna be reading the entire news. But I mean, it is available. People have used it. I have used it myself.
So have I. But it is available to the full council. yes.
Okay, good. I'll check in with the clerk on that. That's a good reminder. A lot of this is pretty self-explanatory. Auditing, for example, I know we've got to pay for that every year. That's under our umbrella. That's a standard dollar amount, that's that. Printing and mailing, what are we paying for that?
Some of the POs that we have open with different vendors are on their data specifics. I believe LaPlante is one of the ones that we using for printing and mailing.
I missed the name of the vendor. LaPlume.
LaPlante, yeah.
Okay. And they're doing what for us? Stationary? What are
They
doing?
have been a vendor for us for quite some time.
Right.
They used to do the business card before. Now they used to do the thank you card before. We just recently put an order for thank you cards under that vendor, and that will be they're going to be delivering to us soon.
Is that thank you for cards for all of
And
us or
also-
just for whom?
For all of us. Also,
The thank you card will be for all of us. Yes.
I recently found out I had a situation on Hamlet Street where I had to organize a street meeting with the residents there. That I sent a letter that I wrote to every household notifying them that we were having this meeting at the Frost School pertaining to the issues that were going on that street. And I paid for the stamps myself, which I did not know. And I think maybe it was the city clerk. Someone told me, oh, for purposes like that, counselor,
Yeah,
we
definitely.
can pay for the stampage, so something like that. Sure. I haven't seen a counselor do that, so I figured,
No, and that's one
we
of
up
the
the
issues
cost.
that, through you, Madam Chair,
So-
that's one of the issues that we have, that we have funding, and the fact that we haven't used it, sometimes we tend not to go that route. And I think that, just having a conversation potentially, because we don't want to get in trouble. And having a conversation perhaps with other people that have more experience, because Council LaPlante is the oldest in the council. I'm the second from oldest in the council, but I mean, we have never used it.
That's not true. I have used it.
I mean,
The stamps?
as much.
Oh, no, not as much, not lately.
Just like Councilor Madam Chair was explaining. I haven't looked into that when it comes to specific ways, but there is ways of spending some of the funding that we have here for better serve the community, because that's the main purpose.
Have the floor. Next is the other purchase services. There's obviously a wide, we all see it. There's a big delta there. What are we paying for in other purchase services?
All the purchase service. Well, essentially, all the purchase services we have. So all the purchase service accounts support professional and operational services that are not performed by city staff, including many of the things that I'm going to mention. Perhaps on the other purchase services, we have W. Mason Company. We have the different food vendors that we have for the city council. We have the cleaning services that we use during the construction when we were doing the city council chambers. We have that John Mejia, which is one of our vendor that help us out when it comes to Channel 22. and also every logistic that we have in the city council. We have Mr. Collins that is under that specific account. We have the Massachusetts Municipal Association, Amazon, for, yeah, those. Those are the services that we get from that account.
Okay. The professional services, 30,000, what do we get for that?
Professional services, we also have vendors that are providing services to the city council, like I just mentioned. Some of the names are Mr. Collins, Mr. Mejia, Excel Linguistic, which is the translation services that we provide to the public when it comes to meetings.
Is it translation services, that
Yes.
is? Okay.
Correct. And we also have Johnny Cascado, which is one of the vendors, Excel Linguistic.
Who's Johnny? Johnny who? What does he do for us?
Yeah, production and recording for the council. So, as you probably saw, a couple of weeks ago, we have our first episode for the podcast. And we, the city council, have a podcast that is going to transmit and provide information to the public when it comes to city council stuff. On the first episode, we talk about what we do, how we get into these specific positions. We talk about perhaps the different districts and in general overall information regarding to the city council.
Can any city councilor be a part of a podcast?
All of the city council will be part of it.
I'm gonna defer, this was a project that Council Marmol took on, and she'll give you more. I'm gonna defer to Council Marmol for
I'm so
the
sorry.
details.
I was somewhat like trying to gauge where the conversation was in terms of the budget. So yes, let me preface by saying that this idea originated because I partake in a podcast when it comes to real estate related topics, and I thought it was an amazing idea for the council as a body to have its own platform to not only educate but to engage. When we're at city council meetings, during public participation, we're not allowed to talk back or answer questions when we see folks that are coming before us expressing concerns and frustrations. Also, there's times where we take certain votes on a lot of hot topics and certain items that cause, a lot of sensation. And I feel like a lot of people, whether it's radio or whether it's via different social media platforms, are speaking on behalf of us. And I think it's, a great way for us to, like I was saying, is to educate. So there's certain segments where I was telling the council president how let's educate people on budget right now that we're in budget, but we're super busy right now. We haven't had the time to schedule an episode to discuss budget. But it's also, being that it's live, I wanted folks to ask us questions. What are things that they want to talk about? What are things that are of concern to them? And it's a way for us to have the opportunity to be transparent and to speak on things that we don't have the opportunity to do so at a city council meeting level. It is open to all councilors, taking into consideration not having quorum, so having 2 to 3 councilors would be great. And each episode would be, any one of us could choose the topic that we wish to discuss. And I must say that in thinking of this idea, and speaking to different folks to help me as to how should we go about it, they did mention to me how at one point you had a similar podcast during COVID, 10 Minute on the Mark. I don't know if it was a podcast, but it was a way to, engage with your constituents. So that was pretty much how the idea originated. And we chose a location where it is someone that's not connected politically to anyone, because I know that could be contentious depending on who we choose to do business with. So by all means, if you have any questions, I am here to answer away.
And how much, this is the budget, so how much is that costing us to do this?
So, okay, no.
And after this question, I will need
We
a
got the
motion
new
for recess.
we got the invoice for the first episode.
Say it
It
again.
was we got the invoice for the first episode, and the invoice come up to $200 for about an hour 20 minutes of professional broadcasting, as well as the location and everything else that they provide.
Can I add something?
Council Marmo.
The first 30 minutes, we're doing it in English, and then the second portion of the podcast, it's in Spanish. We decided to do that because we don't want anyone to feel left out. We want everyone to feel that they could engage and speak to the counselors. Our city council meetings are run in English, and we've had people complaining on how the Spanish-speaking residents feel intimidated. They feel embarrassed that, they feel that they can't come and talk to us because they don't speak English. So again, I wanted to make sure that everyone felt that they could be part in the engagement process of this podcast. So again, it's the first 30 minutes. It's for English, and we could go over, this vendor, he's pretty flexible. So if you go over 5-10 minutes, it's okay. So, if we're supposed to do 30 minutes in English, but we go over and we actually do 40 minutes, it's perfectly fine. And the same goes for the Spanish version. And it's on a case by episode by episode basis. We're in the pilot phase of things where
We only had one episode.
we've only had one, and we're trying to see what works. What do you like? What do you don't like? What should be the adjustments that we should be making to make sure that this is actually something feasible? If it's something that's not gonna work and it doesn't function, then by all means we could scrap it. But I just felt like, I wanted to give ourselves an opportunity to have the space to speak on things that are important to the community. And I think I touched on the fact that this is on a, we from my understanding, there hasn't been a specified amount allocated for this specific vendor. It's not like there's 10K assigned to this vendor. It's on an episode by episode basis. So if we don't have, let's just say,
Yeah, let's use
we-
the number 200.
if we don't have the funds, then we just don't do any more episodes until there is additional funds to do, to do more episodes. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, at this point, I'm actually going to pause here. I need a motion to recess. We do have a quick special meeting that will
Mina.
take less than,
I mean, we gotta come back.
Motion to recess.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Hold your thought.
It's supposed to take place at 7:45. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting will be hybrid, allowing participation both in person at the City Council chambers as well as remotely. The link for the Zoom was provided to anybody that requested. This meeting is being transmitted live through the YouTube City Council page as well as the different channels that we have for the government channel. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilor Rosali Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilor Franklin Miguel, noted as absent. Councilor Vivian Marmo.
Present.
Councilor Stephanie Infante.
Present.
Councilor Selena Reyes, noted as absent. Councilor Gregory Del Rosario, noted as absent. Councilor Mark LaPlante. Councilor Anna Levy.
Present.
And Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez.
Present. Please join me for a moment of silence. Now join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Public participation. We got 2.5 minutes to speak, and at the 2-minute mark, you're gonna hear a sound of a beep. Please refer to this council as a whole.
Humayun Mali, 53 Chester Street. Good evening, honorable member. In this important meeting, we the citizens united and strong to support Lawrence Police Officers Union. Lawrence Police, this union of pride and honor, thank you for excellent job. Lawrence Police with the impeccable leadership, Honorable Chief Morris Adler, one of the best police departments in the nation. Lawrence Police Officers, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making Lawrence a safe city. We the Laurentians are proud because of the best DPW workers. Thank you for making Lawrence a beautiful city. Lawrence Inspection Department, thank you for excellent job. We support your union. Lawrence Public School, one of the best public schools in the nation because of impeccable leadership by Honorable Director Wu, Honorable Superintendent Ralph Guerrero. Lawrence teachers, proud of you. Thank you for gift of best education for children of Lawrence. Because of you, Lawrence will rise again. We the Laurentian proud and united to support our great veteran. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. We must create 2 new positions for the Veterans Department. We have to have the best commission for elder. We the Laurentian are proud to have the best fire department in the nation with the impeccable leadership by Honorable Chief Delaney. Thank you for your brave firefighter. Lawrence always strong. Lawrence always united. We stand united to say, Lawrence Police Officers, thank you for excellent job.
Thank you. The next.
Once every 2 weeks is good enough for me.
By default. All right, we have anybody else from the public that wishes to speak on public participation? We hear none. All these names are going to be submitted for the record. So now we have an item that we need to pull from committee. An item that we have to pull from committee. This is item 228 and 26. Can I get a motion to pull this item from committee?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion on the table, properly second discussion. Obviously, we need to suspend the rules that need to be in that motion.
that was the time, the 2-minute timer.
All right, any discussion? I hear no discussions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Now we have item 22826 at this level, the proposed fiscal year 2027 municipal budget for the city of Lawrence. We need, councilors, we need to order a public hearing for this item.
I make a motion to order a public hearing for item 228-26, proposed fiscal year 2027 municipal budget.
Second.
There's a motion in front of us, properly second. The public hearing will be here on
15 to the
June
17th.
16,
Oh, 16.
which is, no, June 15,
15 and 17.
and the 17 in case is necessary. And any questions? I hear no.
Are we just setting up one day for the public hearing, or are we also doing a second day as part of the?
If the public hearing is still open, which I doubt, we can hear on the second day, but I doubt it. I mean, on the 15th will be open up for the public to speak.
Right. But don't
And-
I'm sorry.
And we propose 2 special meetings for the budget in case it's needed.
So we're gonna have dates set aside in case we don't pass it on that first night.
Correct.
15 to the 17th.
15 or the 17.
Right.
We have 15, the budget here, the budget discussion. 16 is the regular meeting, and the 17 in case we set up that day. Any discussion, any questions, councilors? I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye to order a public hearing.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Now this item going back, item 22826, this is going back to the Budget and Finance Committee to continue with the hearing. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Anything else?
Motion to adjourn.
Before we adjourn, give me 1 second. Let me ask the clerk to see if she have anything. Madam Clerk, can you hear us?
I can hear you all. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Do you believe we need anything else?
No, I was going to suggest what you just did, which was to send it back to committee because it needs to be finished. But no, you pulled it from the committee, ordered the public hearing, send it back to committee and adjourn. You guys are good. Those are the steps we needed to take.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Council President, I think so.
Council Levy.
No, I'm fine. I was just doing the count. We needed 6 votes, and we've got 6 votes, so we're good.
Any other questions? I need to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Motion
adjourn.
to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn, properly second. Discussion, there is none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.
Plant's question regarding the podcast. Councilor Plant, you still have the floor prior to us going into recess.
Yep, so
You may continue.
where I think I was at professional services, and what struck me in listening to the council president was there were some names that were repeated for payment. The names that were in other purchase services were also repeated for professional services. Is there a reason why we are paying people out of the 2 different accounts?
No, there is no difference in between. Same people that provide the services, they're just getting paid from different accounts, but always under a PO that is approved and inspected and supervised by the CAFA.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to a couple of these items in a second. The office supplies, we haven't spent a lot, but we have 2,500. I'm not sure if we need anything more. And have you been spending out of the Staples account? That when I left the council presidency, we put some money aside in that account over the course of time. I'm not sure if there's any balance left in that Staples account. that was
We can
encumbered?
definitely take a look at what is left, if it is any POs open from back then, and we can let you know.
Can you send it to the committee?
Yep.
Thank you.
Because my thought was we should drain that first, because that's money already encumbered. That would help. Operating supplies, I mean, so what is the office, what is that, that's what, pens, paper, that kind of stuff? Anything else? Office,
The operating
office supplies,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like normal things, pens,
Paper.
pencils, and all the stuff that we need
Paper,
here.
paper clips.
Paper and all that.
Operating supplies?
Operating supplies a similar account, correct, Capo? Yeah, we got water POs, we got all the things that we need in the council. We got one specific PO that we haven't used yet, and that's for operating supply. Give me a minute, let me take a look at it. So essentially, I'm not able to find it on the operating supply, but we have Optimum Sportwear, we have Amazon, Henry's, Mendes Flour. We have used the services for a couple of special occasions. We have DS Services of America, and basically those repeated and multiple POs.
During the city clerk's discussion, we talked about, I'm trying to figure out a fancy way to say it, but like an audit of our charter and our city ordinances going back for 40 years. And the clerk is, I hope, she is putting together, revising the estimate that was done 3 years ago now, or 4 years ago. But I think I want to say 15, 20,000. I want to say something like that, but I may be way out of line on that. But I just want to know if we're going to be able to do that. It appears as though we're going to have some leftover money on this year that we might be able to pay for something like that. And if we can't pay for it completely, we can put a down payment this year and go into next year for it.
Yeah, that was part of the discussion that we have, and I believe that as any specific service that is going to improve this body, I'm willing to consider, and that's something that definitely going to improve the quality of the service that we provide to the people by having clarity on different ordinance and different procedures that we do. That's definitely something that we can definitely take a look at the quote, present it to the council, and see how important that is for the constituents, for us, and for anybody that rely on us when it comes to our services.
Regarding the translation services, a recommendation that I would offer to you is when we are managing a meeting, that we front end any potential discussion items that may require translation services. In other words, we know that during the public hearing, the public is going to speak. I would recommend that we would do all the public hearings near the front. And then there may be other items with our audience here who may wish to speak after the public hearing, vendors of some sort who may exclusively speak one language that's not English, and we may need the translation services. We move them up front. The purpose for that is, once we finish that, we can dismiss and potentially save some money on it rather than waiting until the end and we're not knowing for sure if there's somebody else coming late in the night, they may leave translation services, a public hearing, all of a sudden they're gone. But if we front load it, then we can safely dismiss, save some money, and not require that personnel to be here. So that's a recommendation I would offer to you to try to help us save some money and manage our meetings in a more cost affordable way.
The translation services, we don't go over the 2 hours because we definitely look at what is the needs, and if the needs is not there, the least that the most that we have that those services are for 2 hours, due to the fact that we know that there is a cost involved, and we need to be efficient when it comes to those expenditures. by all means, we can definitely take a look at your suggestion. We go with city employees first because it's on Tuesday. They've been here since 7 in the morning. I mean 8 in the morning, and then we move to the other items. But what we can definitely do is do a combination of both and see what is the need of our community that needs the translations. Yes, translations, and then be aware of the situation and take advantage of that time and saving some money.
And I think one of my last comments, requests is, I'm pretty old school. I'm going to be using this not as an excuse, but as more as an explanation. When I was first on the council, there was a major newspaper that would watch whatever we do. And if there was any kind of weird something, it would be on the front page. Now, it takes almost a murder, literally, to take place before we get something about us in the newspaper, and it's usually not any. There's some good news, and I've seen it, but because of the newspaper industry, that's happening. And what's happening is that there's less accountability, is my point, than we used to have. Now, we've got social media, other things like that. Why am I old school? One of the things I was taught at a very young age is you can tell somebody's character by what they do when no one's watching. No one's watching us now, really. I mean, yeah, some folks on social media, yeah.
And the
They're-
radio.
Pardon me?
And the radio.
But they're very narrow.
But, yeah.
There used to be one major block that we used to talk. Now there's just these very narrow spots. And everybody's got their favorites, and there's an agenda, and whose team are you on, which side, whatever, right? We all know what's going on. And so I know that if some of the expenditures that we have now was made when I was first a city council, they'd be like, what are you doing spending taxpayer dollars on whatever? And that's the kind of mentality in school that I've come from, where I cut my teeth on when I was a young city councilor. And so there are times when I'm seeing expenditures made that, and I'm not going to comment on others because I'm not in your position. I'm going to comment about me. I don't want money spent on me. I don't want food for me. I don't want a table at the Elks for any kind of dinners. I'll pay for it myself. I don't want it. That's where I grew up. I don't want the taxpayers to pick up my tab. And I wouldn't do it 20 years ago, and I'm not doing it now. So that's that. The business cards, which item are they coming out of?
I believe. Give me 1 minute. Printing and mailing.
Which one?
Printing and mailing.
I am so sorry, I'm not understanding you.
Printing
Printing
and mailing.
Mailing. Oh, we talked about that earlier. Okay. That's the 2,500 on there. That's the budgeted for this year, $2,500.
That's correct.
That Councilor Infante discovered we can buy stamps or get stamps from there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got business cards. I don't want these cards, and I'm disappointed that I got them, and I'm saying it right here. I wasn't asked if I wanted them, and not only did I get them,
You got the old ones on your hands.
I have the old ones in my hands from 4 or 5 years ago. Yes. I don't need this. I don't want this, especially this fancy stuff. When I was council president, I had to pay for that. I don't know what this price is now, but I do know what the price was in 2021, 22. For 500 cards in 2022 from the vendor Left Eye Creations, it was $300 for business cards like this. So I don't want this. I don't think, for me, I want the taxpayers to pay for this. So I'm disappointed because usually we're asked. I wasn't asked this year. I didn't know we were getting them. Had I been asked, we could have saved at least 300. There's probably more than that now. I have no idea. I asked for the invoice today. It apparently hasn't come in yet. So I'll see it when it comes in. But at least $300 for these, probably more. So please, when it comes to this counselor, not that I'm better than anybody else. It's not that. I want to be asked for expenditures for things that affect me, because that's what's drilled into me.
Okay, just to be fully transparent to you, Madam Chair, you throw those on the trash,
Sure.
and that's unacceptable. I follow yours and many other councilors' advice, and the first one that began paying for those fancy cars was not me.
That's right.
It was, as you say, it was you.
That's right. And let me just say this, Council President. I threw those cards away. My name was spelled wrong on them. Why would I want to keep those cards?
Perfect. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
That's a great example of why we should return them and not throw it away. Because
Council-
now they are in the trash, and those are tax dollars money that was thrown on the trash. That we have two different cars that were spelled wrong. The other one, we returned those. We didn't pay twice. And that would be a great opportunity to return and not reorder.
Great
Or you
point
choose
taken.
to throw it to the trash. Now, it is truly an expenditure to the tax dollars money.
So the point was taken. We received your point about wanting to be asked, and we received your point about what happened after that situation. I wasn't going to make this comment, but I find myself compelled to say something. We just reviewed a $1.5 million budget for the mayor's office. We reviewed two big departments last night, the police department, the fire department. And the messaging that has been consistent throughout this committee is, let's not waste time on the small details. But we're here talking about business cards at the city council, for the city council budget. When I'm pretty sure other departments have more serious things that we should take a deeper look at. I wish it was consistent. What I'm trying to say by this, I wish the questioning was consistent throughout every department. I think you saw that from Councilor Marmo and I. Let's use the word criticize again. We criticized the council president on certain things, or questioned the council president on certain things, but we've been consistent with every department on that. And if we're talking about being here for the taxpayers and doing the work, then I hope moving forward from every counselor that we're being consistent and fair across the board when it comes to our questioning, and not picking and choosing when we want to alienate one department over another, because it's very apparent right now.
Through you, Madam Chair. One thing that was mentioned throughout the discussion, and I want to move to that, is that the city council meetings are not quite expanding or getting to the new generations, perhaps, or generations that are not getting the information or things that we do. To ensure that we make a great effort to get to those people, we actually started with a podcast, but we actually trying to expand when it comes to social media. And one of the easiest and the basics is that we're gonna start a new account on two new accounts on social media that we're gonna have a specific personnel to manage to ensure that we get into the new generations. We're gonna have an Instagram account and a TikTok account, with the main point of getting to those new generations that are not necessarily looking at the city council meetings and not necessarily understand the importance of the city council meetings.
Thank you.
Can I just comment?
Councilor Platt.
Two things. One is, there was a time count when the council president would actually send us proofs to take a look at. That did not happen this year. Had that happened, there would not have been this mistake, number one. Number two, I hold us to a higher standard. I don't mind being critical, because critical doesn't mean necessarily negative. You can criticize positively to get to a positive place. They're called movie reviews and critics because they're going to say there's good and bad, right? So I'm not offended by the criticism. If someone's got constructive criticism, I want to hear it. Give it to me. I want to improve. So what I hope we're doing here is we're providing constructive criticism, not demeaning criticism to put somebody down, but rather, here's how I think we can be doing things better. Here's how we should be doing it. Here's how I encourage. That's what I think by criticism. Hold us to a higher standard. You're right. There's nickels and dimes here in a $200, $300 million budget. But if we're going,
Overall, 4.6 million.
if we're going to be, if, I remember during the, recently, we wanted to know about every dime on the spending accounts, I forget what they're called, the revolving account. We wanted to see the itemization. We want to see all that stuff, right? I think we should see the itemization for this. This is our budget, I think. I want to have the high moral ground. So if I am criticizing, or if I'm to another department later, I want to know that my house is clean.
Right.
So yeah, it's not a lot of money, and yeah, I'm spending some time on it. But I've been here long enough to know that this institution means a lot to me, and I want to be able to make sure we're operating at the very best that we can, and that when we do make criticisms, adjustments, or whatever, someone's not going to say, yeah, you're buying shirts and business cards and all that stuff, and you're going to complain about me doing this. I don't want to hear that criticism coming from somebody else. So I want us to have that higher moral ground. So when we say, yeah, you're wasting money, Department X, Department Y, stop it. We're going to cut that. That's a waste. I'm looking at it the same way. Thank you for offering my opinion on this.
Through you, Madam Chair, it is important to recognize something that Councilor LaPlante just mentioned. The proof for those business cards were sent. They were right. We approved those cards with no mistakes. And for some reason, somehow, another councilor that brought that to my attention, they have the proof of the cards right and the printing of the card wrong.
I did see proofs that were sent to.
And then,
some councilors,
and then
yeah.
we send those to the vendor so they can take a look and fix the issue. So the proof was right. The printing at some point changed. That was not our mistake, and that was something that, the vendor is well responsible to take care of it.
Thank you for that clarification. Another thing that Councilor LaPlante brought up, he's looking for an itemized list. We have asked that before. If you can provide that for the city council's budget for us to review, that would be great. Oh, you have them? Okay, perfect. Anything else pertaining to city council? Seeing none, anything else for you on your end?
No, I mean, I'm here. You guys are here to hear me. Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you, Council President. All right, now we have the Division of Office of Planning and Development. We do have the acting director here, Director Santiago Matias, representing his whole department. And Director, you have the floor. Please let us know what page number as well.
Good evening, Councilor. First, thank you for having us here to present our budget. I want to say thank you to all the efforts you made to make possible every single development that we have in the city has your touch. You help us a lot because it's teamwork. Tonight, I'm here to introduce a wonderful team that we have in OPD. Our directors and our finance team who's been here to present our budget. Any question that you have?
5556. So Director, what we did prior with department similar to yours. We had the head director give us an overview of what the department is doing, what you're foreseeing for the future. And then we had every director for the divisions, the offices come up and to walk us through their office's budget.
Sure. That's why I'm here, to support, because we made the budget, but every department, every director, being working together, and then they always present the budget. I'm being here to present all of these because I have only almost like 3 months right there, and then they are very, very, very helpful for me. You don't mind, I can introduce our community development director, acting community development director, Ms. Lynette Perez, who's gonna help us to introduce our,
Office of Community Development.
yep.
I'm going to actually ask also the former acting.
Yeah, that's
because
what they're gonna,
She was there longer, so they could work together.
yeah,
to
that's what
present
we're
the-
gonna, that's what we pretend to do.
They could work
Our
together to
our department now is working together and everything. We are a team, everybody, we are only one people. When everybody need help for something, that's a part of the changes that we have in the department. Like now we looking to integrate everybody,
Right.
and support everybody and everything what they're doing.
Thank you, Director.
Let me call Lynette Perez.
So we have Acting Director Lynette Perez, and we have the former Acting Director Charlene Pascual. I know, Acting Director Perez, you were just recently announced, was it yesterday?
Yeah, good
Yesterday?
evening, Council President, Madam Chair, Council Marmol, and Council LaPlante. Thank you for your time tonight. And I was going to call Ms. Pascual up here. I just want to be very transparent with you guys. Today is my first day on this role. So I was not part of the development of this budget. So I just wanted to make that clear before I called her and let you guys know that I was going to be calling her. And for any clarification, we would be calling our finance officers that are here if you guys have any questions. I can certainly let you know that looking at the numbers that I had the chance to look at today, our budget hasn't changed much from this year. I will let Ms. Pascual explain the budget for 2027 as compared to last year's. There's minimal changes, and I will give her the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. I like your brooch, by the way.
Thank you.
Nice.
Music,
You're welcome.
my first love after Jesus. Good evening, Council President, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Mayor and Administration here tonight. For the record, my name is Charlene Pascual. I am the former Acting Director for Community Development for the City of Lawrence. Thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal year budget for 2027 for the Community Development team. Our department is responsible for overseeing a wide range of community development, housing, public health, homelessness response, and grant-funded opportunities and initiatives that directly impact our residents of the City of Lawrence. Currently, our team of 16 staff members, managers, manage more than $21 million in active and state grant funded, not including our annual CDBG and home allocations.
I'm sorry, before you continue, 16 employees just for the Office of Community Development? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So currently, our team is made up of 16 staff members, like I mentioned, and we're managing about $21 million in federal and state funding, again, not including our CDBG and our home allocations. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2027 reflects the balanced approach focused on responsible management, maintaining services, and supporting residents while remaining committed to our fiscal responsibility. Through strategic planning and leveraging grant resources, maximizing outside funding opportunities whenever possible, we continue to deliver critical services while minimizing the impacts for local taxpayers. While this budget reflects operational needs, I'm just going to open my page to 56 if you guys want to join me. While this budget reflects operational needs of the division, it also supports the department that oversees critical housing, homelessness initiatives, public health programs, community development investments, and significant state and federal grant resources throughout the city of Lawrence. The majority of the increase in our budget for the fiscal year of 2027 includes contractual obligations, longevity within our department, and cost of living adjustments that are already reflected in this budget for 2027 to ensure that our staffing, to ensure continued staffing and service delivery for our department. I wanted to know, we can start at the top. I'm at page 56 if you guys want to join me there. And then I'll go into 57 for more specifics. But the majority of our increase, like I mentioned, is in the personnel services. And that's where we see the majority of the increase. Our homelessness initiatives coordinator position is now fully budgeted. It was a position that was vacant in the last fiscal year. So you'll see that increase in there reflected, which accounts for some of the increase reflected in this year. Prior to us filling the homelessness initiatives coordinator position, I was taking on the responsibilities under the homeless coordinator, attending fires and making sure that our residents had the resources that they needed for every single one of those events where I was available to assist, which was for the most part all of them, with maybe the exception of one or two. Despite staffing transitions, as you guys know, in our department over the last year, the department has continued to meet its obligations, maintaining compliance requirements under HUD, administering multiple funding streams.
I'm sorry, Charlene. CAFO and Director Ruiz, can we please take the conversation to the hallway? Thank you. I apologize. Continue.
No worries. Thank you. So just like I was mentioning, despite the staffing transitions that you guys know our department has experienced over the last year or so, our department has continued to meet the obligations, maintain compliance requirements over the last year, administer multiple funding streams through our department, and advance key community initiatives through community development, through responsible management, and effective stewardship of our resources. The only new position reflected in our 2027 budget, as you can see on page 56, is the energy advocate position. This position supports residents by connecting them with energy assistance programs, utility savings opportunities, and other available sources available to the residents through this initiative. Funding support is provided through partnerships including National Grid and Eversource. This position is a strong example of leveraging grant resources and maximizing outside funding opportunities to expand services without placing additional strain on the city's general fund. And I'll explain what I mean by that. On page 56, if you could bring your site to the, it's actually page 57, to the second to last item before the total. It says grant reimbursements. And so our department last year had $865,000, $865,513 to be exact. And this year, we had an increase of that by $97,000, right? So we're actively chasing grant opportunities to make sure that we continue to look out for the best interest of our community. So as you can see further down from that line item, the total budget for our department was at the bottom, which says total levels and salaries, 356,000 last year, and this year 370,850. So when you look at those two numbers, this is the difference between the city's financial responsibility and the grant funding opportunities that we have been able to acquire and been able to cover staffing and these grant-funded positions through those reimbursements. Just from the top, the first, let me go back here before I get into the specifics.
Charlotte, the grant reimbursement of $865,513, is that the total amount in grants in general for the FY26?
No, that's just what is used from the grants that we receive to
Right,
cover
well,
salaries and to cover staff.
Do you have the total amount for this fiscal year of grants?
I actually have that note. You had jumped a little bit
sorry.
ahead.
Okay, go
No,
ahead.
no, that's
Go
okay.
ahead.
That's a valid question. To give you a number right now, 21 million active.
Oh, you did say that. Okay. Sorry, continue. You
Did I get to that?
You said
I
that at the
did.
beginning,
I did.
21 million. I have it here. Yep, okay.
Yes, so that's a really great highlight, I believe, for us to be able to say that as a city we have or are managing through the Department of Community Development $21 million in active grants. I think it's an amazing opportunity to really impact our community at a high level, which has always been my priority. Moving forward, from the energy advocate position, that's also the only new position within our department, and it's also covered through National Grid and Eversource. So we did receive a new position, but it's completely covered under National Grid and Eversource. We're also seeing a modest increase within the purchase of service category, or purchase and services category. The fund support, I had requested and sent a memo to the administration I was requesting funding for workshops. I think it's very important for us to be able to have opportunities for the residents to come in and know what we're doing, how to apply for CDBG funds, how to tap into different RFPs. And coming into the department, I saw a need to do more workshops and get the community more up to par with what is available to them through our department. So I'm a big advocate for trying to let everybody know what's going on with the department and what opportunities are available for our community to tap into. Any opportunities, any programs. So when I asked for that increase in the purchase and services category, it was having in mind that these funds would support workshops in our community programming, consulting services, event-related expenses. A lot of the grants don't allow for us to do like food or to cover certain services because they're very specific. So that allows a little bit of flexibility for me to be able to tailor to our community. I think that we have most success at our workshops when we offer something, food. Our community loves food, pastelitos, little items like that. Usually some of our workshops are at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. People are coming from work. So we try to motivate them to, instead of going home and worry about feeding or grabbing food, that they can just come to the workshop. They know that there's a bite to eat. They're not going to be, stressed about food or things like that. It also gives us an opportunity to cover translation services or environmental reviews or things that are discretionary, if that makes any sense. So I did ask for a small increase to support me, because I believe that if our department is receiving $21 million in funding, right, in grant funding, and then our department doesn't have the funds that we need to facilitate processes, right, like a workshop, and there's no money to pull from to make this happen or advertise for it. So that was my thought process when I did request additional funding in that category to support those initiatives and those and the continuation of those services. This investment will help us continue supporting residents while maintaining services that become important resources within our community. So pretty much there wasn't much changes. I try to keep everything level when we were discussing our budget, level funded, and only asked for a modest increase where I feel the community needed that support. In closing, the proposed budget for 2027 allows the community development to continue maintaining services, supporting residents, and ensuring that compliance with federal and state requirements. You will see as well, I wanted to mention before I forget, there's an increase between 2026 and 2027 because we had calculated the COLA. If we hadn't calculated, then we were going to be under or short when that did go through. So we calculated that into the budget in the event that it did pass. We know that it's tabled right now, and we're waiting on that. But I did want to make sure that we included it in the event that it did pass, that we had the space to do that for our department.
And that was a good call, because I think it was recently the CAFL, right before she submitted the budget, she asked, should she include it, should she not? And we were like, yes, just in case. The worst that can happen, that
Is that
numbers
it's no, and then
decrease,
we
and
have
that's
it,
it,
yeah.
yeah.
Right.
We meant to untable, I forgot that you had your niece's wedding. We were supposed to take care of that matter last budget meeting before the hearings, and it just, May was hectic for many of us, so hopefully we'll get that done next upcoming regular budget meeting. Thank you, Charlene Nett. Now I am going to open the floor to the councilors for questions and comments pertaining to the Office of Community Development. Council President.
Thank you for the opportunity. Just wondering, you mentioned $21 million in grants. Are those grants for the OPD or just for the community development?
Let me just double check I'm going to refer to my finance officer for a second.
Hi, Kate King, Office of Planning and Development, Finance Officer. The 21 million is a rough estimate of what is currently open just in the Community Development Department, including the lead, the opioid settlement we have, the COSUP grant, the Mayor's Health Task Force grants, some other federal grants. We got an EOHLC grant for warming centers. When I say current grants, those are the ones that are actually active on the books with funds available. We have recently closed out several grants too, which there's still reporting requirements for, but the 21 million, roughly 21 million, it might be a little more, a little less, is, and that doesn't include the current CDBG, I didn't put that in there, is strictly in the the Community Development Department.
Okay, the follow-up question through you, Madam Chair. I know that those grants are for multiple years. I just don't want to have the perception for people to think like we have $21 million for 1 year.
Yeah, no,
So
it's
do you mind?
active.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you mind giving us later on? I probably don't have it now. A year per year projections as how much money you guys manage.
Sure. The only thing would be like the lead grant is a 4-year grant, so I would split it up into the 4
Yeah.
years, but it might not be exact. We might spend.
No.
1
I
year
mean,
less
it's a
than the other.
projection.
Yeah.
It's a plus or minus. We got it.
Yes, we'll
But I
send
just
that.
want to know, like, in that way, because the reimbursement that we have here, the grant reimbursement of about 962,000, that's per year for this year.
Yes.
So in that way, we
Yeah.
can put it in perspective as of how much money we doing, we managing,
Yep.
and this is the reimbursement of those grants coming into our budget for this specific year.
Yes. Not every grant has admin costs
I
associated with it.
understand.
As you know, the federal grants are notoriously cheap when it comes to admin.
Yeah.
So a lot of the.
We just want to know, I mean, put it in perspective of what it is, how much money are, covering our staff. Because I can see that, that the city of Lawrence is only adding about 370,000 for the salaries of 16 people.
Yes, off the top of my head, I can tell you that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, 7
There's
people.
7 that are
100% grant funded.
100% grant funded, and there's
Several
3 that are just like
Partially.
Got it, understand. Just give me a rough number later on during the week, and that way we can have it as part of here, and that we can have.
Okay.
everything we need. Thank you so much.
Will do, thank you. Kate.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor LaPlante?
Of course, thank you. Two questions. Energy Advocate, you said is being funded by National Grid and Eversource. How long is that arrangement?
2 years.
And then we're going to pick it up in year 3.
We're hoping through our energy advisor that we get, just like we have been pursuing other grant funding, is to continue to pursue more grants to continue to help our community in that area.
In the other charges and expenses, the other expensive portion, it is like a roller coaster reading the numbers from going back to 25 to 24. It started with 0, then it was 50, then it was 17, then it was 24. Now you're dropping at 8,000. Why is there such a roller coaster ride for expenditures? What are we spending money on?
Good question.
Any other expenditure?
That's the yeah, sure.
So,
Environmental reviews.
yeah, so Charlie was not obviously the community development director at that point. The previous community development director had put in funding. Some of that was used for rental assistance, emergency rental assistance. There was a fire to have to put people up in apartments or in temporary housing. There was the need for consultants for certain things. Sometimes environmental reviews become lengthy and detailed, and you're not allowed to charge that back to the usually housing until the housing unit is produced, but you have to do the work first. So a lot of times we would front that on the city side. There were, as Charlie had said, sometimes events were charged there. If we needed to have an event, we have food. We have a ribbon cutting just last week. For that, we used food. We had food, just things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The one thing out of that explanation that caught my attention is that we still have fires. We still have fire victims. So one time we were.
There is a new law on the books that the landlord is legally responsible and financially responsible to put those people up. That didn't start until about last year sometime.
Did not know that. That's a good point. All right. So now the landlord's required.
Is legally responsible to put them up in temporary housing if the house is deemed uninhabitable. That includes, that includes fires and other reasons it might be uninhabitable. Sometimes it's difficult to get a hold of the landlord and get them to pay. So sometimes we might put somebody up because we have a family of, 5 sitting out there on the street. We can't, in good conscience not put them up. In that case, we will usually try and work with the landlord. But, and also, Red Cross handles a lot of that now too, as does Heal Lawrence helps out and does, gift cards and other things. But yes, that's why we were able to lower that, because there is a new law on the books.
Great, thank you. And Director Pascal, thank you for your service as the acting. Appreciate it. Being acting is not an easy spot to be in. It's very demanding because you're never really sure where the next place is going to be. So I do appreciate that, and thank you for doing what you've done. Clearly, you know your stuff. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Other questions or comments?
Good question.
Council President.
Well, the community development have come long space, perhaps, for lack of a better word. I was looking at the different budgets throughout the years, and it's a tremendous difference between how in since 2023, things have changed. But I hope that all those changes that we've seen is to compile all the community services that we need within the community, because I believe that everything that this department is doing, it is very much needed.
Thank you.
So let's see what happens in the future. Thank you.
Absolutely. If I can close out, if you guys have any other questions.
Councilor Marmol, do you have any questions?
More a comment. A lot of the, I'm so sorry, do I have the floor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. A lot of the questions that I did have, I did highlight the energy advocate. I wanted to understand the role, and you already provided all the information, and I thought that this initiative to have a role like this is pretty essential. One of the questions, I'm assuming, the data that you're getting from, in order for you to reach out to these residents to see if they need assistance, is through National Grid and Eversource? Like, are they providing us with the clients?
So the initiative is called Community First Partnership, and it is through, like I said, data collection through National Grid and Eversource. We have already identified 1,000 properties that qualify for no-cost energy upgrades, and we're gonna start there. And then we're gonna create 5 or 6 different workshops, like I mentioned earlier, to bring in those identified homeowners first, because we already know who they are and we've already identified them through the data set. And then after that, we're going to be receiving other information, and we'll be able through our system to determine whether they qualify or don't qualify for those no-cost energy upgrades, depending on whether they have heating, whether, there's just a couple different factors that they're going to look into to see if they can offer some further assistance. But we have identified already and are ready to bring them in for a workshop is 1,000 properties. And I'm saying 1,000 properties that may be 3-deckers, 2-deckers. So we're talking about possibly impacting at the higher end 3,000 families, if they're all three families, and if at the lower end, and if they're all one families, then 1,000 families. Just a range of 1,000 to 3,000 families are going to be impacted by this Community First Partnership initiative. Okay.
Do you feel that your department is fully staffed?
16 employees, $21 million in grants. There are times where we are short-staffed, but our OPD umbrella, we work together like Director Matias was talking about, where we help each other in different events. If the community development has an event and the economic department is free, they'll help us, they'll assist us with greeting people and just doing logistics and planning. And I think that we work together to make it all happen. More hands on deck would be more help for the community, more outreach. But of course, making sure that we are fiscally responsible is a priority. So making sure that we keep things leveled, and if we could use our different divisions to take care of something instead of bringing somebody in, then I think that's the best route to be physically responsible.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And the reason why I had asked is because not that I'm trying to make it a contest, but I feel like District D has been plagued with so much fire, where there's families that have been displaced. And I've worked with you in the past, and I saw how grueling that process is, which I'm assuming that took away your attention from probably other responsibilities that you had. So it made me question, when we do experience an emergency of that nature, is one person that's assigned to assist families in need, is that enough? You know what I mean? Or
Absolutely.
if you guys are co-collaborating with one department and the other to make sure that
and we do. To answer your question, and I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No, it's okay.
Through the ISD, when these situations happen under the OPD umbrella, is also ISD, and we work closely together. Pat and I, depending on whether I'm too far to get to the fire first, we'll have an inspector come down, Kisbel will come out. There's a couple different staff members on the ISD side. We also are starting to implement a possible rotating schedule within our Mayor's Health Task Force, so that it is not one responsibility for one person. There are times that I've been out of the state and I've had to, make phone calls. But for the most part, I try to keep myself local, just because I know what I do on scene, and I know what those victims need at the moment. And sometimes it's just a pat in the back. Sometimes it's just, I'm here for you. Sometimes it's just, these are the resources that are available to you. It might be a follow-up call under the Community Development Department. We do have a homeless initiatives coordinator who at times cannot attend to the fire after 4:30 because of whatever reasons. She may not be on call that day, and I've had to step in. And you guys have seen, me kind of take the reins on that. If I can fill a gap, I'll fill the gap. Whatever I'm required to do within this administration to advance my community, I'm willing to do if it's within my expertise or, in my hands.
Well, I want to thank you, and it's definitely has not gone unnoticed on my end, so.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
CAFO, one last question is for the CAFO, and it's due to the salary increase. This is due to contract negotiations?
Which one?
So within this department, we have
Yes, that one.
either non-union or union employees. So the union employees follow whatever the unions were getting, which for the most part is 2.5%, and we did the same thing for the non-union.
Was this a new hire, or, again, because
Are you referencing?
oh, I'm so sorry, the manager, financial and administrative services. And the reason why I'm asking is because it reminded me when, who was it, Veterans Director? I think he was considered a new hire, so I know that reflected because of the negotiations of the contract, it reflected that change
Right, so-
in the budget.
For this particular position, there was an MOU related to additional managing of the ARPA funding and the opioids. So that's what that is, and it's a little behind. So it's a combination of maybe a retro pay as well.
Okay. All right, I'm all set.
I have, I was all set until I heard something that struck out to me. And it was pertaining to the Homelessness Initiative Coordinator, who may not be available after 4:30. That's concerning. You are the Homelessness Initiative Coordinator, you're on 24/7, because a fire, anything can happen. I don't understand why, and it goes back, I just, when it comes to, people hear this, and it frustrates me because I'm very particular when it comes to personnel situations. And I'm like that because the need of our community is so big. And this is not a game. This is not for titles. This is not, this is, we are, and I mentioned this the first night, the city of Lawrence is an employer. If a person cannot do their duties fully, and I mentioned this on Monday, I've seen things, I've heard things that if this was a private company, you would be fired on the spot. I don't understand why we keep engaging in these practices. I'm not happy to hear that. I remember the former homelessness coordinator when we had the big fire in my district. I was a first-term city councilor. I was only 4 months or 3 months into the job. I got a call at 10 o'clock at night. I was already in bed. Me and that homelessness coordinator, we didn't get home until 6:32 in the morning that night. That is the commitment from a homelessness coordinator that I want to see. God forbid we have another big fire like that. I think we had 71 people displaced from that one incident. 73.
Crosby Street?
Crosby Street, yeah.
I remember that.
Yep. It was, we were on. So for me to hear, oh, they're not on call, this is an on-call position. I don't know how this, so acting
believe there's
director
a-
Matias, I'm hoping that you're hearing my frustration and my feedback.
He knows, we
and,
know.
And acting director
know.
Perez, and I know you've been dealing with it, but you remember, as you just reminded me, you remember that situation very well. We were all 24/7.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Oxford and Lowell Street fire that you guys also,
That was.
it was 81.
That frustrates me because our community, these are families that most often than not, we come across families that don't have the means to just jump back up. And they rely on us, like you just mentioned, even if it's just a pat on the back. And those are part of the responsibilities that come with certain positions.
I think there's a need to possibly include that in the job descriptions and updating some of the things that are outdated. I know I've heard It seems like my director wants to.
Yeah, this is one of the more difficult positions that we have in the city because you can see outside, how the homeless are increasing in our city. And she working tirelessly since, 8:30 in the morning, and she have another responsibility to make sure that she report everything happened to the state and other. She has to report every money who come out from grants and everything. It's a hard responsibility. I remember like first time when I started working with her, we are in the office around 11 o'clock at night because the state wants to account for first time we account how many homeless we have. And then we have to wait until 11 o'clock when everybody is in places. And people who be walking, we have to account it and everything because the state want to know, for a long time we don't report nothing. And now, this is a really, really, really difficult position in the city. And we spend a lot of resources
Right.
and taking trash from outside. It's not easy. I understand what you said.
So, Director Matias, sorry to interrupt you. So are you looking at, so it sounds like, so now that we've gotten further, more information, and also hearing there is sometimes a shortage of staffing. Have we looked at other avenues? And I keep mentioning interns because I'm on this intern thing. Are we looking into interns to help? If it sounds like the homelessness coordinator needs help with reporting or whatever, that she can alleviate some time to be available for the emergencies, then it sounds like you guys are already looking into it. So
Well,
I'm gonna back off a bit. But
Yeah, the first thing that we have to do is look the job description about her. Like what is responsible.
and it's not her. It's just the position.
The position, that's what I said.
position
I said the
entitles.
position.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
the job description for the? I'm sorry.
Had to
It's
make sure.
the job description for the position, and then after that we can figure out. Like she said now, when a fire occurred, the owner of the property, he has a responsibility to bring these people to place, to the hotel or provide temporary housing, something like that. The fire department call us, we go there and we make sure with the inspection the services and everybody has to do the part. Like everybody has to do something because it's a real problem that we face.
Right,
And the city doesn't have the resource to take 73 people. Without house, how we can manage that quantity of people. We always be relying to the Red Cross. They working very close with us, and we working with the Red Cross to get every help that we can need it.
Thank you for that, but I'm gonna go back, the sometimes not being available after 4:30, I'm still stuck on that a little bit.
It's more of the job description and, does the pay equal
Right.
that kind of, work over time. I think I try to keep things level funded, with the staff covering for each other, trying to keep things kind of level. But that position to be on call 24/7 may not pay right now what that would be worth. Just to give you a little bit of what my thought process is.
This is very helpful, yeah.
Just so we're not thinking that it's unwillingness, but just to throw that out there, there are 2 interns that are helping us through Notre Dame for directly with the homeless initiatives coordinator, and we have also been working with Mass Hire to try to get some interns as well to come in. So we're working that part, and I really like the intern part because it gives them an opportunity to grow into a position, give young people an opportunity to fall in love with the city and city work. I think that more than ever, trying to retain our youth to want to work with the city, to kind of shy away from all the negativity and want to be here and want to be part of the community, I think is important. So we are looking to expand in the internship world, quote unquote, or have them come in and help us.
Well, I look forward to this office figuring this hump out, and I'm hoping to get a good update. Not good. This is good feedback. So this is good information. But I guess an improvement, an updated improvement next fiscal year.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other
Yeah,
questions,
I do.
Councilor LaPlante?
I've been biting at my lip to get in this conversation. So one of the things that I've been constantly hearing ever since I voted in 2016 on the Homeless Initiative Coordinator, this role has gone through mission creep. This now thinking that this person is supposed to be on call or go into the stuff. I've got the ordinance in front of me. If you look up, write this down, 2.180.01. It's called the Homeless Initiatives Coordinator. 2.180.01, or just do a Q of Homeless Initiatives Coordinator. It goes through several paragraphs, but I'm going to say the one part of it. The primary focus of this position is to provide leadership and coordination toward creating and sustaining a coalition of existing and new service providers and community partners to address and end chronic homelessness among those living in encampments and temporary shelters. So, it's dealing with it. It was never intended to be. And I remember when Rivera was here, and we did great conversations about this. He wanted us to make sure that this is not the person that's going to be at every fire doing everything else. This is the person working to coordinate the various different organizations, federal, state, or whatever, to try to manage things, not during the emergency, but during that 9 to 4:30 hours where you're supposed to be working with other government or nonprofits, whoever, to try to get stuff done. So
Now that makes sense. Thank you.
and
Thank
that
you for
explains
that.
and that explains the pay.
Yeah.
That explains the pay.
Yeah,
Thank you
I
for that.
remember when this position came originally to the city council back in 2006. And I think it depends on the person that is in the position and their commitment and to their passion to what they're doing. That is really what it comes down to. But that I was just going to say initially, that is not what the Homeless Coordinator Initiative was. I remember I came to a city council meeting, and I remember at that time we had 600 families in our school, 600 students that were homeless in our school department, and that was the focus back then, to work with those families. So I think that this is something that we can look at as a department, look at the job description. Is this something that needs to be added to, or maybe this is something that can be diverted maybe to the position that we're talking about, that you guys talked about earlier through the fire department, I think it was, that, the emergency management person. So I think that is a conversation that is important to have as an administration, as a city, and just think about those things.
And before you walk away, I want to just offer my assistance with your new position as the acting. So if there's anything I can do to try to provide any assistance to you and what your mission is, please let me know.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you. Well, for this office, there's been many changes, so I wish the best of luck to all of you. There's a lot of moving parts, so I hope that everyone's keeping up. You're keeping up as so far, but you just never know what can happen in the city. So best of luck, and I hope that things work out for all of you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have the planning office. Director McCarthy, so we're gonna do planning boards and commission, and zoning.
Okay, good evening. I'll be doing actually 4 of the budgets tonight. I'll start off with the planning department itself. The boards and commissions and the zoning board of appeals is a separate one. And I'll also be doing the economic development department after that.
So question, where is the economic development director?
He is ill today.
Okay.
I was with him earlier today. He was very sick.
Okay.
We didn't even want to be at the same table with him. He was
Okay,
visibly sick, so we.
I only ask, I'm not asking in a negative way. We've had other directors. My expectation is for them the directors to be here unless
Yes.
it's an emergency, and that sounds like it's pretty bad, so.
Yes.
Actually, before we start with planning, I have a question for the Office of Development, and it's one that I've been asking every department, if anyone can answer, or the director can answer. In-state travel, we heard a little bit earlier that travel has been a hot topic within the community. Give me one example of what an in-state travel expense looks like for this office. I don't mean the actual number, just the situation, an example.
I think the easiest one is mileage, when we're going on trips and going to conventions or
Okay.
things within the state. Tolls, paying for tolls, things like parking.
You have to go to Boston, parking's like.
So but what would you have to go to Boston for? Like, those are the examples.
SBA conferences we do attend in state. Kate King, Office of Planning and Development. We have in-state conferences for the National Community Development Association, Region 1, that's local, and we will go to theirs, most likely in Worcester, that's usually where they have it, Holy
Okay,
Cross.
perfect.
So you
Thank
drive
you.
out there, you park.
Yep, and thank you.
Yeah.
It's a question I've been asking across the board, just, it's a hot topic right now, so I want to make sure.
And Dan has to go MVPC
Yep,
at least once a month.
all
twice a
right,
month,
thank
yeah.
you.
So.
Thank you, Kate. Director, I apologize, you continue with your introduction.
Oh, thank you. Daniel McCarthy, again, I am the planning director. I've been with the city for 22 years in the planning department. The planning department is responsible for the city's master planning and overall direction. We oversee the transportation and environmental issues in the city, housing and economic development. We oversee 5 boards and commissions, and we are also responsible for working with the regional transportation and metropolitan planning organization, which is the MVPC. I currently sit on the MPO, which reviews all the current and upcoming construction projects for the city. The city is currently overseeing the department's overseeing $55 million worth of construction in the city. And we have another $18 million, which we're working with DOT, going through the permitting and preliminary design projects for future projects. Again, that $55 million, as Council President Giovanni pointed out, is over multiple years. It's not just this year. So those, we also write a number of grants dealing with the climate, dealing with environmental issues, dealing with economic development, dealing with planning and design within the city. And again, the city, the department has 9 paid positions. Within that, there are currently 6 of those are filled. One of those were currently have gone out for advertisement. That's for the commissioner of boards and the administrative assistant to boards and commissions. And we have 2 of those positions still open. One of those is actually currently being filled by Charlotte Pasquale. She's been working as the asset manager, though she's not compensated for that. But she has been doing it because that was a prior position. The current budget that we're proposing is $927,847. That is a reduction of $3,618 from last year's budget. The major change in the department's budget was in the personal services aspect, and most of that was from the change in the OPD director's salary. Last year, the OPD director made $195,000. The current recommendation is $127,000, which is what the current OPD director makes. Part of that was offset because that salary is supplemented by a $50,000 funding for grant reimbursement. You can see that on page 59 at the bottom. That was from the opioid project. So the OPD director is no longer filling that area. Some of the savings on that position haven't been made up by the cost of living increases that are in there. So you see that the salaries, there are numbers changing, so that there is a change in $68,700 from the OPD director's position, minus the $50,000, and then $18,000 in cost of living increases for those departments. The purchase of services in the department, the planning department is responsible for a large portion of our current rent, the electricity bills, and we also pay for the custodial services. We also have a small amounts for printing and advertising. The other purchased services amount is usually between $25,000 and $50,000. This year is $44,376 is the request. That money usually goes to independent surveyors, title examiners, things of that nature that are necessary for projects. Sometimes you use independent grant writers, but they usually fees for either services that we need to use that are integral to the jobs that we do. Again, you can see that my in-state travel was $0 last year, because I usually don't put in for those mileage and stuff like that. I think that's it. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Through you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Council President.
I have a question for the CAFA, because it's more like a math situation. So the $50,000 that was the reimbursement from last year for the salary going to the OPD director. This year is going to be zero recommended, and then it's a total of positive $50,000. And it ended up being that the reduction of the salary on top, it looked like the salary was
I can explain to you.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, no, it's.
Because remember last year was
Yes.
145.
That's exactly it. So the budget at this moment, it's not at the highest. It's at the midpoint where the non-unions are supposed to start at the midpoint. So the new OPD director was hired at the midpoint and not at the max, which is the 145. So that's why you see the difference doesn't really match the 50,000 from last year.
But the impression that I'm getting is that the salary is not 145, it's 195, according to this.
Exactly. So it was the 145 plus the 50.
Plus the 50.
Correct.
So it shouldn't be. I feel like on the, I mean, I know what you did. I get it. But I mean, I think it should be 145 so it doesn't get the impression that that's the salary for the future.
That was the salary at the time. And then it was portrayed on the bottom, grant reimbursement, to show the actual salary that the person was getting.
Yeah, and you know what? I've been having a little bit of an issue with that methodology. Why? Because I think that in the way, to be fully transparent, I think that those should be reported as a stipend.
That
50,000.
That was a stipend.
But in nowhere in the budget you can find that as a stipend.
It's part of the salary, so it showed us a total number. If we were to separate salary from stipend, it could just.
And it will be a little confusing, but it will be more transparent, and I'll tell you why. The reason why is because stipend is a hot topic. People don't like it, but if you're doing extra duties and you're getting paid for it, you should be mentioned as a stipend, and that way people see it, read it, and see the extra duties and justify it. And when people that are not gonna like it, people are gonna like it.
And I understand it was explained last year, because I know it was a huge increase, and the council asked, and the OPD director at the time explained why that big increase, and also explained that it was a grant reimbursement on the bottom.
No, I understand, but the impression that I get, if I see this budget and I don't know the feedback from last year, happened to be that I was here, and I asked some of the questions, I wouldn't get it. Like what I'm saying is like, and we have the same situation last night with another salary
It's exactly
It's
the same.
exactly the same.
So it shows the salary
And I
on
think, I
top.
thought the whole
Yeah.
day I was thinking about
So
that.
it shows the salary on top, and then on the bottom it shows grant reimbursement. Not just that position, but whatever grant reimbursement is received amongst all the positions listed. So if you go to the, community development is a great example, you have all the positions listed at whatever rate they're getting, and then on the bottom, it shows the total grant reimbursement. So they explain how many positions were fully covered by grants versus the ones that are not. But I don't know if you remember a few years ago, that wasn't the case. And I'm not sure if.
No, I remember exactly those
So
positions.
we wanted to make sure that all positions were listed with the actual salary, and then we would show the grant reimbursement on the bottom. So that's.
No,
that's what
I
this is.
completely understand where you're coming from when you say that before we don't know how much was the salary.
Right.
When I started back in 2015, 16, 17, 18, the positions under the OPD, it was difficult to figure it out.
Yes.
And it's been clear.
Yes.
But I think it could be more clear if we actually said, because if we actually said 195 salary and then 145 salary or whatever, 140 salary, and then we put on there a stipend for OPD 50, and that will be add on. And that way, when we have the reimbursement 50, we go related to the position specifically, because in the way that it is right now, if somebody sees a 195 salary and then 50 under, and that's for all of the positions, people might don't know.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
We
They
can
don't know who took the money.
No, we can definitely take that into account for next year.
And the reason being is because last night I questioned it. It was a little confusing at the beginning, and then we ended up getting it. But I was thinking the whole day, why not just mention it as it is? It's a stipend. People don't like that.
That's not a stipend. This was a stipend, but it's not a stipend.
It
last
was. No. Now it's on the salary.
Right.
Now it's part of the salary.
Right.
But last year was on a stipend.
This particular one, yes.
No. I mean, this one was on a stipend for 50,000 because that person managed that grant.
Right.
Within the same time of the regular work. So this is a great amount of money. And I don't want the position to be reflected as 195 because people might think that person going to be making 195 because that's not the case. It's 145 the salary, and last year happened to be that I have a stipend. So that's clear. But what happened last night, it was something similar, but now it's going to be part of the salary. I don't want that situation that, again, this become part of the salary in the future, because that's not the case. We're not going to keep on having those grants like the opioid settlement. That's going to be for a few years. The one from last night was a little different because that's every 10 years that we secure that. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like, it's a little situation there that we need to be kind of like, maybe clarify a little further.
We'll definitely do that next year.
Thank you.
Councilor LaPlante.
Don't sit down so fast. That was fast. Not you.
What's that?
The GAFO.
It's
But
priceless.
this won't be long.
Yes.
I actually, Mr. Rodriguez, I concur with him. There's got to be a way to build a better mousetrap on this. Maybe it's not the budget, because that's not really part of the budget, even though we bring money into stipends. Because if you throw that in there, it may not be a balanced budget if you start throwing these other numbers in.
There is a way to show it.
Okay.
It's just going to be a little work on our end. We'll just have to create another line and show, OPD director stipend or something or other.
But he's absolutely right. I mean, the issue here has been going around. This is nothing new. There's been critics outside who have been saying, the mayor, whoever the mayor is, Mayor X, Y, and Mayor Z, have always been giving their favorite people a little bit extra and they don't deserve it. Well, and that's what builds this mistrust. It's because no one knows where it is and what's happening, and then you've got this whisper campaign and things blow. So there may have been a nugget of truth, but then explodes to something like that's not even close to being real. This person getting paid $100,000 when they're really getting paid $1,000. It gets nutty. And so we can go out there and have a place where this information is there, then there's documentation that gives some confidence in the electorate, the constituents that's fine. So
I do have to say,
Please.
that is not a case in this budget, other than probably maybe 3.
Well, but let's be honest, and I
Yeah.
know we will be, it fluctuates all the time. I mean, it goes like this, the stipends, right? It depends on,
We are trying to get out of the stipend world
well, okay.
as much as we can, and it has significantly reduced. So we
Okay.
can count maybe a few at the time,
yeah.
but that we're trying to clean that up.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say. I just want to add whatever gravitas and weight that I can put onto his comments a little bit more, that I agree with what he had to say with that. Thank you.
Point well taken.
Now, Mr. McCarthy. Yes. Help. I hear I've got my scorecard. It's called the budget, right? I don't know the players' names. They're constantly moving. So I just figured out today that we have a new community development director. That's Lynette Perez, correct?
Excuse me, which one
Community development director, acting, new,
is starting today?
starting today.
Yes, that's correct.
Lynette Perez.
Lynette Perez.
Starting off.
That's
number one.
correct.
Got it. I'm gonna put that name down. Because I'm gonna go through all of these, because I'm losing track of who's in which positions. OPD director, who's that?
That is Mr. Santiago Matias.
Santiago Matias. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Who else? What's that? Oh, did I miss somebody?
Yeah, planning, and then director of project management.
Oh, yeah, planning director,
That's me.
Dan McCarthy. Do I really want to know that one? All right. Director of project management and development.
That is the former grant manager. That's Lily Reyes.
Okay. Well, it's land use planner, that used to be you.
That was my position at one time.
Yeah.
It's now Jeannie Aguilar.
Oh, okay, yeah. God bless you. Neighborhood planner,
It was vacant.
yeah, asset officer, we've gone back to,
Mr. Comprehensive Planner. That's
Yeah.
That's Rennie Fanini, Asset Officer. Again, that it shows that isn't being funded now, but I anticipate that Charlotte Pasquale will go back to that position.
to the comprehensive planner,
Comprehensive is Reniel
yeah.
Fanini.
But the asset manager, you think is gonna be Miss
Will be Charlotte Pasquale.
Pascal? Okay. Okay, I think I don't need to go any further on that. So, the zoning board, nope. Business and Economic Development Director,
That is Francisco Cirillo.
yep. And do we have an economic development, well, I guess we have two of these. Economic Development Project Officer, is
We
that
have
fully
two.
filled?
There's two project officers, so that's why
Are
that
they
number's
filled?
high.
We filled those two?
What's that?
Are they both filled right now?
They're both filled, correct.
Just, who are they?
Kenny Lamarche and Claudia Hoyas.
Okay. All right. The stuff that's on this, I don't know, there's a lot of grant managing, a lot of money going into these. The concerns that I have are not necessarily with the organization, like the government makeup of it. It's really, my concerns, and we're gonna hear more about this later this evening, is dealing with the housing, with the population growth, with that kind of stuff that comes into planning, that comes into zoning, and comes into some of our boards, which isn't really pertinent in this budget discussion. There was one more thing, give me a moment as I reboot my head to think of it. Can't think of it. Thank you. If it comes back, I will raise my hand. Thank you. Oh, advertisement? I mean, these are the kinds of groups that do advertisements. I mean, the community development, the planning. I could see these
Yep.
organizations doing. Do you have that account? Is there anything called advertising? I don't think so.
So you see a lot of the advertisement will be when we get citizens who come in, they request a zoning change for some property, for some district. And that has to go to the planning board. It has to be advertised in the newspaper. It's the same thing with the biggest portion of the advertisement, though, goes to the zoning board of appeals and the planning board. We have to advertise twice all those cases coming before those boards. Now, we get a portion, part of the fee that comes in, I think it's $250 of the fee is for the, or $200 is for the advertisement, but that's inadequate. The ads usually cost about $400.
Sure.
Because we do it twice.
Where does the money go? General fund or to your departments?
All the funds that come in go into the general fund. So the money, the budget portions we're dealing with is what we get budgeted at the beginning of the year. And so the same thing with the postage. The postage usually runs out halfway through the year.
Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm good, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we will continue to the next one.
Okay, would you like me to move on to next? Sure. If you go to page 59, that is the general services with the salaries for all the people down, the paying out. Again, that's the 9 positions with the department. Page, seem to be missing a page. Oh, there we go.
60.
Page 60 is the planning board and commissions. So we have, there's 5 departments, 5 commissions and boards that we oversee. There's the planning board, there's a conservation commission, there's a historical commission, there's a Prospect Hill local commission, and then there's a zoning board of appeals. The zoning board of appeals has a separate budget because they are the only board which gets paid. So you can, so the entire budget for the boards and commissions is $1,250, and that's mainly for membership dues and the postage and mailing fees.
Okay. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Marmo.
Director, I have to express my disappointment with planning and zoning. I feel like when they come before us, when we're getting the recommendation from the mayor, and they come before us, I see excitement, I see the eagerness of wanting to work as a team with city councilors, and once they have been appointed and confirmed by the council, you never hear from them. There is no communication. There is no, there's so many projects that are happening, some to which are very contentious, some to which these are major projects and changes that are happening in the city, and you would think that there's some sort of communication to the councilors to at least be aware as to what's happening. A lot of these projects, again, you know, not everything comes before city council for approval, and yet we're the ones that receive all the criticism, all the questions and concerns from folks that potentially don't agree with certain projects. And I think oftentimes these members forget. They forget, and because they don't often see us, we don't often see them, they forget at the end of the day, we're the ones that approve their membership for these boards. So I just wish that overall, you know, this isn't going to someone specific. I I hope that overall there's some sort of change and pattern, a change in their patterns and behaviors, and a change in their communication style, and wanting to work together with us because we all have a common goal. I get some complaints, being that I'm in housing and being that I'm also, involved in real estate. A lot of complaints from developers, from I'm gonna stick to developers particularly. Developers that feel that they rather go to Methuen or rather work and develop in other neighboring cities and towns, because, and again, don't kill the messenger, but it's like, oh, the folks in Lawrence, they don't know what they're doing, or they get denied for X, Y, and Z, and sometimes it comes across as a lot of times it's political, depending on the parcel, depending on what the item is, it turns to something very political. And I already know how some of these behind the scenes situations take place, where it is expected there may be an expectation to vote a certain way to either approve or deny something, depending on who the owner of the parcel is, or depending on who the developer that's coming before you guys requesting something. So I hope you guys find a way to figure that out, because I do see there's a need for improvement.
Yeah, I mean, I've been practicing as an attorney doing real estate for years, and been with the city now for 22 years. And the permitting process in Lawrence is actually much quicker and easier than in a lot of other communities. A lot of communities, it can take up to a year to get a permit or a variance. So we try and be as open as possible. The other thing to remember is the boards and commissions aren't there just to help the developers. They're also there to protect the community. And it's a balance that we try and make to make sure we look at these projects, each one individually, to see how it can affect it. So everybody says, well, I saw a parcel of land that was similar to mine that got allowed, and you won't allow me to have mine. Well, there may be other conditions dealing with traffic, or where it's located on a major thoroughfare, or next to a school, or something of that nature, that makes them all distinct. So I do understand what you're saying. We've been had direction from the mayor to be as strong as possible to allow development, because the city really does need development. I know not all the not all the councils agree with that, but again, like I said, it's a balancing act.
I mean, if it's responsibly being developed, because
Yes.
again, I'm kind of like I'm pro-development, but I can't turn a blind eye to the concerns that my colleagues have brought up. And it is fair to bring those issues up, because
It is fair.
It is fair, and we cannot pretend that being pro-development. Again, it's like I can't turn a blind eye to also addressing that there is a need for us to to understand how these developments also affect other areas within our city.
Yep, and I hope that, because I make sure that my department makes sure that you get the agendas for every meeting. I hope you've been getting those.
We have.
And I have made individual phone calls to councils when I thought there was an interesting project that they may have specific interest in. I know I've given you a call before when they have things in your neighborhood, same thing with all the commissioners. If they express a certain interest in something, I make sure that they're made specifically aware.
I mean, there was one project in particular that jumps at me, and it was a major project on Lowell Street. I want to say before the bridge. And this was like over 200, I don't even know how many units. It was a major project. I had no clue about it. It does not come before city council yet. Obviously people don't understand the complexity and everything that actually pertains to my role as counselor. There's just an assumption that I know about it, and that I am a voting member that allows for such thing to take place.
Right.
And that's
Yeah.
not always
And-
necessarily the
and all-
case.
And I agree that you see an agenda and that its address is probably doesn't give you much information. You might recognize it in your neighborhood, but doesn't raise the concerns that you might be talking about. I do agree with that.
Okay. Now, before we go to the council president, I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here. So I hear my colleagues' points about the developers' frustration, and I support development when it makes sense. I get a lot of complaints when it doesn't make sense in areas that we build that it's like, why was this even approved? I can give you an example. Boyd Street, there was a home that was constructed, and that little street, as the district counselor, is a headache for me because of the parking issues. And I mean headache very lightly, but the residents, my constituents there that are already there, have significant amount of frustrations and complexities. And then all of a sudden, this home gets approved to be built in an area that is not sustainable currently. So I get those complaints. And obviously, when I speak to developers, they don't like to hear that side. But it's the reality of what's happening in our community. I've been in front of the board before. I actually went with some of my constituents to advocate against a project near Director Matias's home. And luckily, we were able to stop, or not stop, but improve those project plans. And one of the feedback I got from an individual that is familiar with this developer and the projects that they've been involved in the past is that this individual is not used to getting no's or being denied. And I'm like, that's a problem, because that tells me we haven't been looking at things correctly. Or not correctly, that's the wrong word, but in depth. As a whole picture. So for me, development is 50-50. I love it when it makes sense. We do have areas that need to be beautified, that need to be in use, that could benefit the whole community. And there are some areas where these boards and us as government, we're not fully assessing. And we're making things worse for the current residents, and then it falls on us once again. And I want us to be more mindful of that. And I know this is not the first time we've heard about this, or we've expressed this. So I don't know what the solution is or how to improve this moving forward, because this is not the first time. You've heard this from me and from other counselors. So that's a question that I want you to sit with, and hopefully we can discuss offline a little bit further. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you mentioned a few things that concerns me, and I'm gonna say why. You said that the administration, the mayor, wants more development, and we are. You actually put your hands up or for new development, because the city needs new development. And sometimes that's true, but that's not always truth. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I've been in the council for almost 11 years, 10 and a half years. And for 10 years, Councilor Plant have always said the same thing, that we need to look at other things. I agree with that. And this year, it stood up to me because now we have the bill. And what bill do we have? 3 days ago, we have the budget being presented to us. And one particular section of the budget was in correlation to paying the mortgages that now we have for new schools. and the new police department. And we need to think about that too. Yes, having new developments doesn't necessarily mean that this is the solution to get money out of or increase our tax revenue. That's not the way it is. That will help, but that also brings other things. And with that comment, I'm gonna bring to you something that it was brought up to me when we were talking about new developments. One of the developers told me in front of other people, when it comes to educations, the politicians need to figure that out. They're just thinking about developing. And what you told me today when it comes to these boards is that the administration say, yes, go ahead, more development. What's the point of me approving the next board member that is presented in front of me? I won't be able to ask questions because the directions is already there. And we have seen it. Because what happened is that over the years, we have board members in front of us that wanted to serve, but when they said we wanted to serve and wanted to, make the community better, we always think like you're gonna have a judgment on each project individually, and you're gonna think about what's the meaning of having more and more and more. And it could be anything, because if we go the other side of not having new development, and then that's also an issue. And that's exactly what we don't want. We don't want to have somebody there that just think about development, or we don't want to have somebody there that just it's against development 100%. We want to have critical thinkers that think about everything. And let me tell you something as of why. I have a meeting today, and I get to the parking lot, and I say, I have 20 minutes to get to that meeting. I was concerned. On a 6.7 square miles city, I was concerned that in that 20 minutes, I'm not going to get to South. As a matter of fact, I get there 23 minutes later. And that's our reality. We want people to think about that reality too. And let me tell you something. Throughout all this meeting today, I've been thinking about one thing on the back of my head. I need to go to the gym.
Sorry,
Truly, I've been thinking that for the whole entire meeting, I need to go to the gym. I have no time for that. You know why? Because when you have an hour and a half, you're going to spend 40 minutes to get back and forth. And because of that, I stay home. And it's just my truth, my reality. And it's unfortunately. And we also need to think about that stuff, because you might laugh today, but listen, it's serious. Traffic is horrible. And if we keep on adding more and more and more, and not necessarily, because I'm not saying no, don't add more, but let's reasonable. Let's think about it, all the consequences, and then if we analyze all, and you say yes as a board member, after you analyze every portion of it, trust me, I'm gonna trust your judgment, because that's what you say here, that you were gonna be a critical thinker. And it is important. It is important, trust me. I mean, we might laugh today, but sometime when you're home and you have 1.5 hours, 2 hours before you get to another meeting, or you do something, you're going to stay home and not going anywhere. It is a tough situation that we're living through right now, Lawrence.
Well,
because we like the revenue from the cars. And Ramona going to look at me right now. The biggest ticket, SA taxes. One of the biggest. But that have consequences. And development, it's good. Boards and development, great. Thank you for serving. But they need to have all of the aspects I think that as a policy, you guys and your department should have a specific questions that the board members should respond to it. What's the impact on A, B, C, and D? And then once they answer that and think about it, if they make the decision, it's okay. But at least that was part of the conversation.
Council President, your frustration is our frustration. When I start leading this department, one of the major concerns that we have is the kind of developer that we have in the city. And we asking for help, not only our department, the police has to show up in every single meeting, the fire department, the school department, because it's not only how long you take to drive in the city, it's how many schools we're going to need, how many more police that we're going to need, how many more firemen we're going to need. Something that I found when I started there was it's like a game. People go for denial letter. When they get the denial letter, and then they go to Mr. McCarthy, and they go in front of the zoning board, and then the game started. Something that I think we need to do, and was something that I started right away, was a zoning task force to check our ordinance and make sure we stop the game. It's the only way we can do it. Because legal, and the legal matter, they have the right to do it. Because we always gave variance, we always gave special permit. Something that we can say no as department, like people coming looking for services. Sometimes we know, like this kind of develop is going to be a trouble, 200 apartment, 300 apartment, in places where we have the middle bridge, you remember. You was in charge of the leading when the middle bridge was damaged. Crossing from south to north was hour and a half. We face a real problem right there. But we know already, the administration want, like, develop. But we sit down with the mayor, and we explain them. Again, we want to develop because the city need it. Sometimes they asking for affordable housing. When they come in front of you to present everything, you have to asking, what is affordable housing? How much you charge to people for apartment? How many non-profit apartment we building in the city? I don't oppose to that, because it's a real problem that we face. And then we have to sit down everybody together to fix it. Because the frustrations is my frustration. Everybody who lives in Lawrence, we face everything. We face that every day. I sit down with the Councilor LaPlante and I tell him, we need help. We need some people who jump. The police, the chief of police, the fire chief, the superintendent of the school. They have to go to every meeting and explain, how damage we can receive for develop without any kind of, any kind of plan. He
does what he can.
What he can do? He can do nothing. This guy, I want to recognize him. He's one of the best that we have in the department. He's tireless, working every hour. Sometimes, come here and late, and then the other day he be on time in our department. But that's the reality that we face.
Director Matias, you mentioning the zoning task force and the changes that you're looking to implement, and also the support that you're looking for your department, and also the department that's in charge of planning the future, right? I would say of the community. My concern from hearing that is, I'm following you, I'm with you. I'm like, yes. But when I hear that the administration's mindset is develop, 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 is your department actually going to get that support to implement structure?
I just want to, before I answer, I want to preface with two things. Every mayor I've worked with has always wanted to increase the tax base. That's a major goal for all of them. And when I said that it was the mayor's goal, that goes to a wide variety of development. I think the biggest concern I'm hearing from everybody is housing and the amount of housing that's being, and a lot of that is not from the city. It's being mandated by the state.
Right.
And the state is making up these statutes and these new laws and these accessory dwelling unit and these other requirements that are forcing, especially gateway cities like Lawrence and Lynn and Lowell and Brockton, these cities that have this, they're the ones who are bearing the brunt of this push for more housing. Changing the rules for the votes on the boards to making multifamily housing an exempt use under state law that allows them to pass it without getting a supermajority of the board, which it always required. Now, if two people could think the project's awful, but you only need three to pass it because the state changed that law.
I'm hearing that the governor's office is receiving this type of feedback. So we may see some changes in the future. We may not. I don't know.
I saw
but
I
it's
saw
getting
it was
to
in our
them.
ordinance, and I think that's a good start.
Yeah.
That we address that.
So one thing I do want to emphasize, Director Matias, and only because you haven't been in some of the meetings, but multiple counselors, including myself, speak when we talk about this topic. We mentioned the foundation of our city and how there's deep cracks in our foundation. And the more we add, eventually the city's just going to collapse. And what I mean by the foundation is public safety, our school system. The more, even single family, two family, the more we add without addressing the other part of it, we're adding to the cracks of the foundation. And that's been mentioned multiple times throughout our sessions and our meetings. And that's why earlier in this discussion, I also said to Director McCarthy, this is not new. Especially, I'm looking at Councilor LaPlante, who's been saying it since, from the beginning, yeah. So everything, none of this is new. And it's like, we're hitting a dead horse. Because what else can we do at this point?
Well, first, I think you need to ask quality of life. That's the first thing that we need to provide to people because we're living here, try to get the best quality of life we can. And quality of life is health, it's security, it's everything what you said. When I'm talking about and you're talking about the task force, we know that's going to take at least 5, 7, 10 years to be complete, but somebody need to start.
Right.
And I want, maybe I don't want to be there, but I want to be the people who start the conversation about how we can, in our ordinance, stop something that happened here. And it's in your hands. Like people has to come here and present everything to you.
Not always, though. That's another point.
I said, Council President said, that you name people for boards, and they come here and they promise, they're going to be, and then, but you guys different, that has to come here first. The things that when personally, I want to let you know that, we start working for real change in Lawrence. Do things differently. That's why the whole department is here today. Everybody's working together. First thing we need to start growing in the city is be more united. And that's my first priority when I started right there. If you need something, I jump to help you on everything you need. That's why, they have the power to come here and tell everything, whatever they has to present to you.
Thank you. Counselor LaPlante.
Appreciate the tone of the conversation. I appreciate the spirit of this conversation, and it's been refreshing to hear, and it means a lot. So I want Director Matias, I think I am glad that you're doing what you're doing, because I think it's important. You're an important voice in this administration. When I talk to the mayor, and he tells me he's pro-growth, and he's like, Sarah Palin used to talk about drilling of oil in Alaska was drill, baby, drill. And I think DePayne is like, build, baby, build in Lawrence. Just keep building. And at some point, we have to be smart. And I echo what my colleagues are saying. How we define smart changes upon who you're talking to. But in general, I think what I'm hearing is that a lot of us have similar things. And so I'm looking for, and I'm glad that the ISD director is here. We had the police chief yesterday, but it can't be, we can't have five silos doing this. This has to be, it has to be community groups and the government. You can't have factions. You can't, I mean, if the mayor of the city is saying he wants to build, that's a very powerful statement. Because the people who work for him and the people who've been appointed by him to serve on boards and commissions are hearing what their patron is saying. And so now the job is, well, how do we convince these folks, and what you're saying is refreshing, but how do we convince the other folks that we need to put the political will toward being smart about it? And maybe we can grow, but maybe we got to deal more with the unlawful apartments. That's ISD, that's the fire department, but we have to work together. I'm not sure there's a task force. I don't know. I'm not a huge, some task force work, and then some are just a waste of time. And I don't know, it can work. So there's positive. So it could work. So give it, I love my good friend Dan Rivera. He always used to take about give it a chance. Just give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll get rid of it. You know, I mean, that kind of attitude. And, you know, and maybe that's how we approach it here. But anyway, I just want to thank, especially you, Director Matias, for your passion. And I can see it for the people who report to you and your colleagues. I see that. And even though there may be a difference of opinion sometimes with my good friend Mr. McCarthy about what that means, we do have strong headwinds. And the strong headwinds is our legislature and our governor. That's the headwinds that we're facing. Because what they're trying to do is have a one-shot approach for the entire Commonwealth. You can't apply what works in Wellesley, in Lexington, and western part of the state to a 6.6 square miles. So the council president can't even work out now because of the traffic. That's awful. It's a sin. We can't stand for this.
Catastrophe.
I mean, how much further do we have to go with this? He's going to get fat. He's not going to work out. It's not going to be pretty. He's going to be miserable. We don't need this. So, but that's it. I know that we have the budget chair and I have and I'm going to be there on Thursday of next week.
I'm waiting.
Well, it's sitting in a committee. I'm trying to get it out, but we got to get the thing out to the full council, that and something else, the cameras. But we're going to get that thing and then get that over, because I don't think our legislators, I love them, but on this vote that they took, I winced. I'm like, yee.
I agree. It's a case by case situation,
Yeah.
and as I mentioned, I've seen it in my district, and to Director Matias' point, quality of life, I'm getting a lot of concerns about that. And Councilor LaPlante mentioned wanting to put something on the agenda for an ordinance, and I texted him one day. I'm like, if you actually do that, count on me. Let's do it. And that's how we became co-sponsors of it. But with him taking the lead on it, and something has to give. And I hope that our top government office hears it and reanalyze this law that was passed. So,
One final thing on the boards, one thing, and I'll stand by this, is I've told every board member that's come on it that that their job is to be an independent board, and that every individual comes before them to talk, be it a city councilor or the people who live in the neighborhood, is just an individual citizen, and that's how they should be married. So nobody should be influencing them. They should not be influenced by anybody. And that's something that we try and commit to. I can't say that it always applies because I'm a realist. I know it's not. But like I said to Councilor Marmol earlier, their job is to balance. And in a big way, they are the last stand sometimes to protect the neighborhoods and protect the community. So that should be their job and their goals. And that's what I tell them.
thank you. Can we now proceed with economic development?
All right, I'm here. Mr. Francisco Cirillo is the director. He is out ill. Last year, budget was $372,000. This year is the mayor's recommendation is $381,500. That's an increase of $9,500. Almost $9,000 of that is in personal services. If you look to the personal services page, you'll see that $3,100 and $6,400 are based upon the cost of living.
Motion to pass 10. Motion made, properly seconded. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Go ahead.
So most of that is in the cost of living, and there's a $600 additional longevity payment. I think that was for Mr. Cirillo, 5th year of working with the city. The supplies, the purchase of services are all fairly low. The numbers haven't changed much from last year. And I don't, if there's any questions you have about that. Again, there's 4 employees paid out of the Economic Development Department, including the director.
Councilors, any questions pertaining to economic development?
Very quick comment.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to interact with Director Cirillo earlier this year. He actually had heard my comments regarding some of the business needs and the need for businesses to fully understand the makeup of not just marketing toward Latino, but to a wider audience, because there's more money to be made if we can go beyond just. It's a very niche, but it's a huge niche. But if you can expand that to more people, it's going to make our businesses even more profitable. And so I was invited to be a part of a roundtable, and thanks to him. And I just wanted to say that kind of perception on his part, I just wanted his boss to know this, is important. And I do appreciate that. So take that back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, unless there's anything from the department for this portion of Office of Planning and Development, anything else from the directors, or? Did we do? I did forget zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to page 61, zoning. We were just talking about the boards in general. Zoning, we forgot zoning. We forgot zoning.
Oh, zoning.
Page 61.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, there are 5 boards that are overseen. The only one that actually gets any pay is the Zoning Board of Appeals. The numbers you see there are to what the fees would be to pay a full board. A full board is 5 full-time members and 2 associate members. If you take a look at the actual payments through May of this year, it's $8,813. That's because one of the members has waived his fee, his salary, and because the alternate positions are not filled. So, and I don't know, we usually ask for the numbers that are required to have a full board for the entire year. I don't know that we've ever had a full board for an entire year, but that's our request every year. Again, the other fees we have in there for printing and mailing and advertising are the administrative costs that are required by state law.
Okay, councilors, any further questioning for the zoning board? Seeing none, now we wrap up planning and development.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience as well. We have one last department, and that is inspectional services. And I'm like, Director Matias, I don't think you can leave yet. Welcome to leadership.
I asked him if he wanted me to stay because I've been working tirelessly, very close with
Got
Mr.
it.
Pat Reed, and I want to hear what he needs to present to you today.
Got it. Well, like you're surviving your first budget hearing. Thank you. Oh, councilors, you also have the revenue report on the table, on the desk. It's ISD revenues, in case anybody needs it. All right, let's just give them a minute, a second. All right, Director Ruiz, what page are we? I think I just found it, actually. All right. Page 85. All right. So off the bat, I'm just skimming through this. I would like to know do we have people in leadership positions for code enforcement, building inspection, weights and measures, public health?
Yes, so I have the assistant director, which oversees the health code inspectors, food inspectors, and the board of health and the public health nurses.
Okay. Why isn't she here tonight?
She had a family thing tonight,
Okay.
gathering or something.
Okay. I mean, it's not just your department. We've had other departments. It's important. Like, this is the budget. And I know the main directors have so much going on. Like, you're looking at the bigger picture. And the people that we confirm or hire to take care of a specific office need to make it a priority to be here to talk about their office.
Okay.
And I hope, and I've been clear with that message throughout the hearings, and it's something that I'm putting the expectation now for the future. Just like, for example, I'm sure you guys saw in my notice, I said, no rescheduling unless it's an absolute emergency. I implemented that this year, and it's been working great. I'm so proud of everyone.
I just want to apologize. I didn't know that she had to be here, so
No,
she
it's
had a
okay.
prior commitment, and I said it was okay.
It's okay. But now I'm saying it
Next
now.
year.
Like
Hopefully next year she'll-
I'm setting the stage for next year. So
thank you.
just you're welcome. All right, Director. So let's start with your overall budget. Walk us through service admin, code enforcement, building inspection, and the rest. Give us the overview of your budget.
Yeah, so the budget for FY26 was $2,334,679. We had an increase to $2,371,766, a difference of $137,087, approximately 6% increase.
This is for service for the admin, or is that the?
That's for the whole budget,
The whole budget,
ISD
okay.
budget.
Okay, so let's do the deep dive into inspectional services administration, the administration budget.
So the salaries and wages for the recommended budget is 550,347. Overtime, we had 10,400, and the recommended 2,000 now. Longevity, it went from 3,000 to 5,000. Clothing allowance stayed the same at 800. Printing and mailing stayed the same at 10,000. Advertising, we went from 5,000 to 1,000. Other purchases and services, we went from, it stayed the same at 66,424. And employee training went from 7,500 to 10,000. Office and supplies went from 9,000 to, stayed the same to 9,000. Operating supplies, 18,000 stayed the same. And in-state travel, we went from 10,000 to 1,000. We usually go to conferences. Most of our conferences are just local, so that's why we brought it down. We don't use it that much. Usually, we have a shared services grant through Methuen and Lawrence, and they're paying for most of the in-state travel and also training. Office supplies, we use copy paper, pens, highlighters, stuff like that. Operating supplies is inspectional services equipment, flashlights, thermostats, stuff like that. Printing and mailing is usually business cards, envelopes, any books that we gotta publish or SOPs that we create. In other purchases, sometimes we use third party for building. Code books, iPad, laptops, consultants, jackets, stuff like that. That's for admin.
Okay, thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments pertaining to ISD admin services, admin services?
In general?
Just for the first part. Councilor, why you might, did I just hear you?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
So we got the ISD revenues. And I think, is the enforcement prosecutor under this section that we're looking at right now? The admin section?
Yes.
It is, okay. What do they call, the fines or whatever, where is that in the revenue?
40U?
Yeah, where is that, whatever it is?
It's under trash ordinance fines for inspectional services.
Trash ordinance fines?
Yeah, inspectional services.
What exactly, I'm sorry, Counselor, what exactly are you?
Well, last year, I distinctly remember, the advocating for a new position.
Mhm.
It was the enforcement prosecutor, and as I recalled, the part of the argument that was used to try to to get that position on board
Yeah.
was that if we got this, we're going to see enhanced money. This is gonna pay for itself. So I'm trying to, where is those
So
dollars?
if you go towards the end, it says 4746, trash ordinance and fines, inspectional services. We collected, year to date, we collected 65,800.
Trash ordinance fine inspectional service, I see FY26, $15,800.
Actuals, we collected 65,800.
I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing this sheet right
Yeah.
here, revenue sheet.
The bottom.
Bottom, second from the bottom. Is this the actual, 15.8?
Right here, trash
Right,
ordinances.
right.
Yeah, he's saying actual 26, 65.
What is this, an actual
So
26?
that's compared to FY27.
Oh, okay. So,
So I just want to say that from July 1st of last year to current, we issued a total of 2,001 tickets. And that relates to 133,800 worth of revenue that we collected. but, they only, we collected 65,800. The rest could be, it's, when we send it to, because a lot of people don't pay, so we have to send it till we lien the property. So that takes long, so it might take a while before we see that money.
So I'm candidly confused by the process. There are ordinances that we are finding. So there are inspectors, you've got a bunch of inspectors, are they here? Wherever they are in this budget, they are finding folks on ordinances.
And for inspectors, that's all they do is trash.
Okay, so just trash. So our enforcement
Trash and
prosecutor, all they do-
any trash related, we work with DPW. We
Okay.
work with them. They go out, and when the trash is being out,
Yeah.
they send me photos with violations.
Sure.
So we're working with them. And then I assign it to the lead inspector. Then he assigns it to the 4 inspectors. That's all basically that's what they do is trash.
So the code inspectors, right term?
Yep.
The code inspectors do the findings, and then they get money, and they brought in this year, based on the ordinances, $65,800.
Yes.
Okay. Now help me understand, it didn't sound like we needed an enforcement prosecutor. They just did the fines and they sent them over, we brought the money in. Where does the enforcement prosecutor come into the next phase if it goes to an
Well, yeah, so
appeal?
you need a enforcement prosecutor because according to 40U, Mass General Law 40U, you need a person, like, it's like a, I don't know, you probably like a clerk or something to manage that. They have to send out the 30-day notices. After 21 days, they send the 30-day notices. Then, they got to set another 30-day notices. Then if they appeal the ticket after 21 days, before 21 days, now we have to have a hearings officer that by law, they have the right to have an appeal, and then they work together, they set all that up. That's the process for the
Right,
40U.
for the appeal, but how many appeals were there this year?
I'd say about 5. Because most people either paid it or didn't pay it. So, I mean, we either collected the money or people refused to pay it, and then we have to go to the next level, and then they have to keep sending those notices out.
So the enforcement
by law.
prosecutor it's ministerial, it's process related. It's not actually doing something at the appeals level, it's in the very first level, the level of the ordinances coming in. He threw something, he had a problem, he violated I don't know, there's whatever the ordinance is on trash. He didn't put out his trash on the right day. He's a Monday pickup, but he put his out there on a Thursday. Inspector sees it, goes to his house, gives him a ticket.
Yep.
$50, I don't know how much it is.
100, 200, 300.
$100. $100. He sees the $100 ticket. He's not going to fight it. It's pictures, for God's sake. He's not going to. So he sends the money in, and now it goes to the clerk, magistrate, or goes where?
No, once they pay it, it's paid, and that's
It's
it.
paid,
It
not
goes
a
into
problem.
the general fund.
All right. Now he says, I want to appeal that. Right? He says he doesn't. He framed him. He's appealing it. So now this goes where?
So once he appeals it, it goes to the prosecutor. The prosecutor has 45 days to get all the paperwork together and set up an appointment with the hearings officer. The hearings officer, it has to be somebody impartial. It can't be an employee of the city.
So it goes to a hearing officer if it's appealed. And so what we're seeing here is that because we have a person, this position is currently filled.
Well, it's a lot more involved because the prosecutor needs to work with the inspectors. They need, sometimes they need help because something happened, so they need to keep track of all the databases and CitizenServe because that's part of 40U that we have to keep a database. And I think I've sent you a report. I think I've sent it to some of the counselors. Who the inspector is, what the violation was, the ticket and all that. So we have to keep track, by law, we have to keep track of all that, and that goes in that database.
And so I mean, what I'm trying to figure out is that I just want to make sure that the promises that were made to us earlier, last year, whenever it was, is followed through, and that we are getting value from that position being filled. That's really what I'm driving at.
Yeah.
And you're suggesting to me that we are the FY20, was 15,000 in FY25. And so in this current year, it went up by 65, so it went up $50,000.
Yeah, because we didn't have a prosecutor back then, and people just didn't pay. And nobody was really monitoring it.
Right. And the court fines?
Court fines, that's tobacco fines, 16,000. We have a tobacco court enforcement person that works for the state, that
So
works for Lowell.
a different person,
It's
not an enforcement
well, yeah,
party, but
that's
somebody
yeah.
else?
The state has assigned someone to Lowell and Lawrence, and that person has inspectors that go out to the businesses and they try to enforce all the tobacco fines. Those tobacco fines are pretty hefty. They're either 1,000, 2,000, or 4,000, I think it is.
What's your assessment of the amount of money that we raised this year because of that position? We raised an extra $50,000. Do you think that it was worth us hiring somebody for $106,000, $104,000 plus benefits for us to get an additional $50,000 worth of fines?
Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah.
So we're paying somebody 104, and they brought in an extra 50. They're not paying for their salary.
Yeah, well, we issued $133,000 worth of tickets. It's just that there's a process to collect that money, because if people don't want to pay, we have to go through the process.
I understand, but I may be unclear. Had we not had that enforcement person there, he's still paying he might be paying his fine.
He might not.
He might not. So,
Yeah.
Do we have what we got in fines last year? We got how much in fines last year?
Last year we collected only 14,000. The year before that was 41,000.
All right, so you're making my point,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
And
before that we collected 165,000. So I think it was.
What? 100? What do you say? 165?
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was back in 2022, 23, or something like that. When I looked at some of the other records, it was a lot. It was over 100,000 something they collected.
But we're not even close to $100,000 now.
Yeah, I know. Well, it depends how many tickets they issue. It depends if people pay or don't pay. We collected 65,800. I think we're doing a good job.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
I mean, you just said just 3 years ago we were bringing in $100,000.
Yeah, every year could be different. It depends how much trash is out there.
How much what?
It depends how much trash is out there. Every year is different. You can't say how much trash is going to be out there, right? So I mean, we try to go out there. I have 4 this year. I assigned 4 people specifically for trash.
Sure.
I divided the city into sectors, right?
Yep.
Right, and they're assigned to that sector. Yep. And their job, when they don't have code complaints, is to drive up and down those streets and look for illegal construction, trash, and then incite them.
So here's where I fall on the coin on this argument.
Yeah.
Where I fall on this is that we were oversold. We were oversold what the position would bring to the city coffers.
Yeah,
We were oversold because when we were told the position would pay for itself, that did not take place this current fiscal year.
Yeah.
When we're paying, when the salary by ordinance is 104, it's going to be 106 next year, I guess. I would hope that we bring in that amount of money, because that's what we were told is going to pay for itself.
Well, they're trying. The person is trying. The person is trying to collect that money, and there's a process. It's a 30-day process.
But my point, I hear your point, and you're suggesting to me. You're suggesting to me, and I'm not debating this.
Yeah.
You're suggesting to me that the individual is reliant on the amount of code violations that they bring in by the 4 other folks. Totally reliant on that.
That's the way it works. That's
I
the way.
get that.
That's the way the system works.
I get that.
Yeah.
But my point here is 9 months ago, a year ago, when we were in this chamber having this conversation, why it was so important to have this position, and one of the arguments was what? This position is going to pay for itself. Well, paying for itself tells me you got to bring in at least $106,000.
You can say that about anything.
Say that about
You
what?
could say that about anything.
No, that's not what was said about anything. That was said in this chamber to us.
But it didn't
Let
happen.
me finish.
It didn't
I'll listen
happen.
to you. I'll listen to you, I promise.
yeah.
It was said in this chamber to us to support this position.
Didn't happen.
That's my point.
Okay.
Point taken.
Madam Chair?
Are you,
I'm done.
Council President?
So, thank you, Director, for coming in front of us. I wanted to differentiate a few things here that I need your help.
Sure.
So when we talk, I want to go through each one of those lines, but each one of those line items. So I want you to help me to understand, like, license and permits. That's
From the top?
those are no fees, right? No fines.
Okay,
On the
so,
revenues?
Revenue.
yeah, revenue, right? So you want me to start from the top, testing and sealing?
I just want to know which ones are fines.
The only ones that are fines are the bottom, tobacco fines and trash and ordinance fines.
Oh,
Those
those
are
are
the
the
ones.
only-
Everything
the
else is permits and licenses.
Okay.
And just, I think I sent a report to everybody, and I did have a meeting with the administration. I did a whole, I submitted a whole permit and licensing to increase the fees. Once the administration looks at it and they okay it, then we'll be coming in front of the to increase its fees, because the fees haven't been increased in 15 years. And we're way low on fees from other cities and towns that I researched.
Okay, because I mean, I'm a little confused with the fines. So the actual for the 2020 fiscal year 2026, it was 680 and 16,975. About
Fines, other fines?
So
Yeah, so that one right there, it's 00, and then 2,000. I couldn't figure that out where that came from. It's 2,000, 2,000.
No, I'm on other revenues. Other revenues. The actual for 2020 fiscal year 26 is 65,800 and 16,975. Right?
I don't see it.
Other revenues on the bottom.
The bottom?
Okay, that's tobacco fines.
And then the 65,800, $65,800.
Yeah, that's trash.
Trash and every other fee.
Construction, every other fine that we issue. That's what that is.
Okay. Because last winter, I don't know if you sent it to everybody, but you sent me an email with the fines related to the
Snow.
to the snow.
Snow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Is that included on there?
Everything's included on there.
Wow.
That's every single.
Because you have like over 2,000 tickets for sidewalk.
No, it wasn't 2,000. Over 200. It wasn't 2,000. So from July 1st to current, I looked in, because we track every single ticket that goes out. It's tracked.
Yeah.
So when I looked on a permitting software and I ran the report, we issued 2,100 tickets from July 1st of last year to current.
So about 2,000 tickets? Got it. I was a little confused when it comes to that, because I thought that was like a very good amount on the snow and ice.
Where are you looking for the snow and ice?
It's all together on the line item 012-420.
So all tickets are all bunched together, all of them.
Right here.
It's
Oh,
under,
sorry,
it's,
but that's a
it's under-
4746, sorry.
4776?
4776,
Yep.
yes.
Okay, so it's trash and,
Everything.
That's snow, trash, any violations that we issue for anybody, any violation there is, by 40U, because we adopted that, We only can issue a $100 ticket, 200 or 300.
Yeah.
That's all we can issue. We
That's the
can't
max,
issue higher than
300.
that. So that's the revenue. Like I said, we issued $133,000, 800 worth of tickets, monetary. We issued, and then that, it's 2001 tickets. We collected 65,800, and a lot of the other tickets, they were either in lien process or, they're in the 30-day process, 60-day process. There's a whole process you got to go through.
Yeah.
I believe I sent it to everybody and explained it.
Yeah, I got it. So through you, Madam Chair. So we haven't used that law that it was approved like, who knows, maybe 15, 16 years ago for the
Yeah,
trash.
about 15 years ago, yeah.
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 We
Yeah.
haven't used
The only
that
reason
law at
we
all.
would use that, because it'll be a criminal offense. So that's if a construction company would go and
Something big.
dump a bunch of stuff somewhere, then that's when we would use that. But no, that's when the prosecutor would have to go to court for that, and apply for that, and it's a whole process. So it's a criminal offense. These are just civil tickets, so that's why we don't go to court on these, because they're civil. The $5,000 and $10,000 one, because I went to the state house and I testified at that time on that. So it's $5,000 and $10,000.
We haven't used that at all.
We've used it a couple of times. I think they used it before I started. I checked into it. I think it was $5,000. Illegally dumping in Fruteria, I think that area.
The situation with what happened during the snowstorm with, to not state
Amazon.
not publicly state the business name, but when we found the pile of snow that was being dumped.
Yeah, he was cited.
Huh?
He was cited. Yeah.
Did this law apply?
We
to-
cite, yeah, no,
No,
because
it's a different- it's
it
civil.
wasn't, it wasn't solid waste, it was
Got
water.
it, understood.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
No, I know, I'm just trying, I try to remember.
Okay, anything
So
else?
I'm gonna just ask,
President.
through you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna read this question into you, and eventually, if you go back and read it, look at the video, you might be able to provide us with some answer. I'm not expecting this to be respond today, because I mean those are specific, and you come over to present the general overall budget. But I'm gonna read all those questions that I have from one of my constituents. How are the permit fees or the permit fees calculated for the city? What is the methodology that you use to determine those fees? What factors are considered when calculating permit fees? Example, construction, project type, square footage, or the scope of the work. Have there been any recent changes to the permitting fees schedule or free calculation methodology? When the project change or the scope of the work change, are those fees for the permit also change? If a project scope of the construction value increase, how you guys determine it that the scope of the project have changed? Another question is what is the procedures that are in place to ensure that the project, when the project change the scope, that the fines or the fees related to that project is correlated income to the general funding, so increasing the fees. What is the total permit fees revenue collected for the fiscal year 2026? So we have that number here. Can staff provide a comparison of permit fees of revenue over the past 5 years? So they're looking for like a sequence of years, compare and to see if the path of those permit fees have changed over the years. And what is the current fiscal year permit fees revenue compared to the, I just asked a question, compared to the last 5 years. And the last one, what is that, what permit fees revenues is projected for the upcoming fiscal year 2027? So you provide that information
Is
here
there any way I
also.
could get an email or
Yeah,
send that sent to me?
just go over, I mean, rewind the video tomorrow and probably send us back.
Okay.
Whenever you collect this
no
information.
problem.
I mean, we want to have that.
Yeah, no problem. We'll take care of it.
Comparison, so far, so on. I mean, to provide that information to one of my constituents. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue with, we were on admin services. We have code enforcement. I think, or was this
We
discussion
discussed in
covered?
general, yeah, discussing code.
Is there anything? This is salaries.
Just read that video part.
Hmm? Council Marmo.
Director, okay. I'm not sure if I'm getting ahead of myself because I know I came in kind of like mid-conversation. And I am gonna go kind of like back and forth, even though you just finished the admin part of this budget. I'm a big believer that, I guess, I would like to see an increase, if we're gonna be increasing positions. It would be the ones that are like the boots on the ground type of personnel. And I think your department is in need, like, given the job description and the type of, the responsibilities that you guys have, I know you guys are pulled in multiple directions. If it's not illegal dumping, I know there's an expectation for you guys to also verify, code enforcement with commercial businesses, ensuring that they're not operating after certain hours that legally they have had advertised what their business operations are. And I know the city is faced with, like, it's burdened with a lot of these challenges, and your department, along with DPW, I feel like it's kind of like the horsemen of pretty much in order, what is required for the city to run productively and properly. So when I'm looking at, and I know you guys touched on it, there's a removal of one position to have them on a promotional position. But then when I'm looking at building division, I'm seeing a decrease when it comes to code enforcement. Could you touch on that? Like, why,
So,
are these two that are being promoted to another position from another
yeah, so,
department?
we did away with the assistant director of ISD because that was the wrong code, that was the wrong, so that, we really didn't do away with that. We just changed the name to the correct name, Assistant Commissioner of Health and Code Services. That's that one. So that's not, I think, yeah, so that's the only reason why that's there like that.
So this is not a position to be
That's not a
filled
new
at a later
position,
point in
no,
time?
no. We just changed the name, that's it.
All right. Who currently holds that position? I'm sorry, because I'm not.
Pamela Gonal.
Pamela Gonal, okay. And she would be, this is not in correlation with the hearing officer?
No, she like, she's in charge of the Board of Health Code inspectors, the food inspectors, and the public health nurses.
And she does this all by herself?
Yes. Well, with my assistants.
And that's what I mean. I feel like she's just one person to oversee all these businesses, correct?
Well, yeah, the inspectors, and then the inspectors go out and conduct all the inspections that she assigns them, or that we need to do, or any complaints that come in. We get complaints, from city councilors. We get complaints from the public. We get complaints on the portal. We get complaints. So, and then we get complaints from DPW and other people. So once we get all these complaints, then we got to write them up, and then she assigns depending if it's a food complaint or if it's a health code complaint. So she assigns all that work. If it's like a nursing issue or anything like that, then she assigns it to the public health nurses.
Okay, so that brings me to a question. You said that she assigns it to an inspector.
Yes.
So that would be under the building division.
No, building division is their own inspectors. So
Where are the inspectors here in,
well, this is health code inspectors, and then we'll get to the building division. It's a whole different division.
where are the inspectors? I want to see.
So these,
what page?
okay, so this
How
is.
many inspectors do we have? I'm
Yeah,
trying
so
to see
the
where we're
inspectors,
at.
we have 8 inspectors.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
am
8.
in building division. There's 8.
Well, yeah, page 90, yeah, it's the health code inspectors. They call them.
Okay. So I'm noticing that there's no change.
No, there's no change there. It was just the admin side. We changed the name because we wanted to cite the correct name. So there was no really changes on admin. So when we go to page 90 and we look at the code enforcement, there's no change there. There is a change in the building side, but we can get to that afterwards, or you want me to go and explain it now?
I want to preface by saying that there was a saying that I had stated earlier with senior advisor in terms of priority. I'm looking at, I know everything, not everything. The majority of the stuff that I'm seeing come before me, I know that there's a need for it, and you guys are justifying a purpose for it, but I'm looking at trying to prioritize what the city needs like now, and just seeing that there's only 8 inspectors. Do you feel that is this is an adequate amount of personnel to oversee the amount of
well, it's never
requests
enough,
that your
but
department?
we always like more. It's never enough, but I mean, we got to do what we got to. We got to deal with what we have. We have 8. We got to try to stretch them out and have them do what they need to do. We always like to have more.
And I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out. The city continues to increase. There's going to be an influx of those coming in.
Yeah.
I know that the penalties, the illegal dumping, it's not decreasing. I'm pretty sure that the numbers have increased from the complaints that you received from last year. I don't know if it's double, but let's just say it's definitely it's definitely not the same numbers that we've had in the last 2 to 3 years. So seeing the increase of all these complaints, how would you say that your department is addressing those concerns with still maintaining the same amount of personnel?
Yeah, so like I explained earlier, we're trying to be proactive. So I divided the city into 8 sectors. Yeah. So when I divided the city into 8 sectors, an inspector is assigned, but this is health code inspector is different from building code. So this is health code inspector. So health code inspector, they're assigned to that sector, that area of the city, and on trash day, wherever that trash day is, and that inspector has that, they go out early and they follow the truck around and they go around, they check the trash, make sure that if there's TVs out or mattresses or anything like that, they write it up right away. They issue a ticket.
What would you say are the challenges that you're facing, and what is it that you think would be required on our end to make things better? Like, how could we fix things or make things better for your department? If there's anything you could say something like now, like I need X, Y, and Z, or if only I had X, Y, and Z, then we would see an improvement in this area.
Yeah, it would be nice to have more inspectors, but we can't have that. I know because right now because of the budget, but we, like I said, we're trying to divide the city up, trying to make sure that all the inspectors are busy doing what they're supposed to be doing. We're on top of it. My sister's on top of it. I'm on top of it. We also have other supervisors that help out, supervise other work, and we're trying to be proactive. We go out, we do this on top of whatever other complaints that we've received from all the other places.
I'm assuming you requested, with the understanding of how I believe budget works, you've requested to the administration that you need more enforcement officers? I mean,
No, I didn't. No.
No?
No.
Why not?
Because
You just told me right now, if you...
because they wanted a level funded budget, and I tried to stay within it. So that's why.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be nice, but, I mean, I was told that I have to have a level funded budget, and,
No, that's
and
understood. We've
Yeah,
seen that across.
I understand.
Other departments too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Yeah,
trying to be honest.
we get that. No, we get that.
Something that I want to say.
That was a good response.
I be working
Yeah.
closely with Director Ruiz. One of the plans that we have is put the inspector outside in the street, because the inspector in his office don't mean nothing. I don't know, you remember, and this snowstorm when we have somebody dumping snow in our city, we catch it right away because we had the inspector out. You know, we saw the truck full of snow, and then they followed the truck, and then they found, the
Director,
violation.
Thank you for reminding me. I know cameras have been a hot topic here. Has your department been able, as you're addressing a need or a concern of illegal dumping, has your department identified any areas that you deemed, wow, we weren't able to fine an individual for this dumping because there was no cameras in place?
We have, I believe we have 23, 25 cameras all over the city that belong to ISD. They're placed in strategic areas where we know there's illegal dumping. We have caught some people, because then the catches a plate, and then we go after them. We also work with management companies. Some of these management companies, they have a lot of dumpsters, and when people illegally dump on their property, they call us. I send an inspector. They give us the video, and we have an officer that's assigned to ISD. They work together, and then we doing the investigation. Once we do all that, we find the person, and we make them pay for whatever the company had to do, whatever the company paid to get rid of all that trash.
I appreciate the answer, but that wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question is, have your department, in going out
Yeah.
to these sites, have you identified an area where it doesn't have cameras and you are potentially
there's
working?
plenty areas. There's numerous areas that we could use cameras. I applied for a grant, federal grant. I think it was like $300,000 for about, I think it was 40 cameras, 40 more cameras. So I'm just waiting to see.
How much is the grant? 40,000?
I think it was 200 something thousand.
Oh, 200.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but I don't remember. But it was a large amount, and I think it's 40 cameras that we're trying to get.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good
So I
to
applied for that
know.
grant.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Look, I'm looking at Councilor Platt. He's going to remind you of the ordinance that we have and make sure that
What?
you bring the cameras towards the council.
Oh.
We have.
No, we're trying to get a
Well,
grant.
it's not purchased
We're
yet.
trying to get a grant.
It depends on the grant.
Yeah, we're trying to get a grant. We're not buying them.
We have to send correspondence to departments when it has to do with cameras, that they have an understanding that it has to come before the council. Maybe it's a refresher on these ordinances. I think we all need
It's
it.
currently before the ordinance committee. I am working my hardest to get up to the full council for the next meeting so we can all talk
No,
about
like
it.
cameras is drilled to our it's literally in the forefront. The last thing I'll bring up is, has your department identified, okay, let me rephrase that. Has your department done an overview of the current fees that you have in place for the fines and licenses? Not fines, I'm so sorry.
You were away. He did.
Permits and
mention that.
licenses.
Yeah,
Permits
yeah.
and licenses. Yeah, we have.
There's something
I
coming
took
to the
every single
council.
division. I think I sent it to you, to everybody. I took every single division, and I went through every single fine. I mean, not fine.
License and
Yeah,
permits,
yeah. So permit and license, and then I ran a report to see what other cities and towns were charging, and then I went according to that for building, weights and measures, plumbing, gas, alcohol licenses, and food and everything.
Okay.
Everything. So every single license that we have, I'm going to request
Thank you. Okay.
for those license and permits for the fees to go up.
Okay.
Like I said, 15 years we haven't gone up on the fees.
And that was the purpose of my question, because I know with the water department, the commissioner did something similar where, for quite some time, we had certain fees in place that didn't quite make sense with what, the cost of living and what's happening. Everything is rising, and we weren't making those adjustments to reflect that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear
Yeah.
that
We're
that's
trying
something you
to-
guys
yeah,
are
we're trying to
working
do
on.
that.
And maybe that's gonna help a tad bit with
Yeah, it's going to help a lot.
what your department
Yeah,
faces.
it's going to help a lot.
Director, one thing, and I know we spoke about the budget being level funded, but because this is a recent situation that you and I and Inspector, she's gonna be mad that I'm forgetting her name right now. Bailey Street, when we were at Bailey Street.
Oh, Jenny,
Inspector-
Jenny
yes.
Lara.
Yes. So I was at, let me backtrack a little bit. And I think this is more, my initial comments more for the CAFL, this level funded, and I get the necessity, and I understand that we're trying to be overall fiscally responsible, but ISD is one of those departments that, as we're seeing this rapid rate of growth within our community, especially, I know we talk about police and we talk about fire, but I feel like we don't talk about inspectional services enough. And if there is any department that needs to grow with the city, it's definitely inspectional services. Because not only do we have the new growth, but we also have many properties throughout our communities that are owned by absentee landlords. And one example is that Bailey Street home that we just worked on together. And I was at Lawrence Catholic Academy on, when was it? It was this week. I forget what day, but it was this week. And I want to say thank you to you and your department, because that home, it was finally cleaned up in the front at least.
Yeah, I just want to say that she did that.
I was there. I saw it. She gave him 24 hours. And if you guys were to see the photos of this property that I'm speaking of, it was horrendous. It was a public health issue, public safety. Like, it was bad. It was really, really bad. But what I noticed was, going back, the front was cleaned up. There's a lot of trash on beside the construction fence. I looked up behind the building. All of these windows were boarded up. And I want to know, is there a plan? Like, are we budgeting for a plan to increase how to tackle these properties that are not being taken care of, that do pose a health and safety risk to our community and our youth?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is, so the rental registration ordinance, I'm trying to enforce that. It wasn't being enforced in the past, but and Jenny is one of the ones that's the lead on that. She's excellent at it. And she's gonna train somebody else to do that. And that comes to the point of unlawful apartments. And once they get in there and they see these unlawful apartments, then they're gonna write them up, and we're gonna do what we need to do to take care of that.
So if we were to see, obviously the more we do with that, the more enforcement, there's more of a cost. Where within your budget, which section would that be reflected in?
Rental registration?
I'm sorry?
Rental registration part? For the revenue you're talking about?
No. Just enforcing you mentioned enforcing the ordinance, doing more work. Obviously, that requires more personnel or more effort. Where would that be? Because using this as an example, this was both a health situation, but also like a violation. So where would the situation?
So
like
a
this
health
be
code
reflected?
inspector, when they go out, they try to remediate the problem. If they don't work with us, then we issue tickets, fines until they do. And then if they still don't comply, then we take them in front of the Board of Health, and the Board of Health can issue a $500 ticket. And if they still don't comply, then we could take them to housing court.
Okay, well, I can tell you from I said to myself, I'm like, I even think this house should be knocked down. Like, it's bad.
Yeah.
Um,
As you know, we have a lot of bad landlords.
Well,
And,
that's what I mean-
And we're
that's what I'm
trying, we
getting
try to
at.
get them to fix it. And we spoke about it. This person, is refusing, but, we could, sometimes you have to use monetary fines to go after these people if they don't want to comply.
Okay. Well, I definitely would like, and now that we have, we still have the director here, Director Matias, I do want to see a plan to go after absentee landlords, and perhaps maybe you and I can go to this residence that I'm specifically referring to. You might even already know about it. But, so you can see, one example of many that I'm sure you already know of, but there is something, we need to do something because they're just getting worse. And I don't blame the residents that are renting in these homes, because if you have no accountability, or if the residence is given to you, like, do whatever you want, they're going to do whatever they want. The responsibility is the landlord. So we need something concrete to try to make something there.
Like I said, the main way is by, enforcing the housing code, the building code, issuing monetary fines and bringing them in front of the Board of Health.
Something that I'm sorry, Pat.
No, go ahead, sir.
Something that I'm doing is give support to the inspector. Because sometimes, inspector go out and find some people, like doing something, and then, how's Lawrence doing? Like, I tell him, he's my witness that I bring all the building inspector, I bring it to 255. They are already moving because we want to convert 255 assets and a business center, place where people can go and get all services without, like, has to cross the bridge to the south, nothing like that, like, and then we make sure the building inspector catching the illegal apartment and everything, like, we have a plan to fight, to try to correct a lot of things that we have in the city for a long, long time. You asking how we can found illegal dumping when we don't have camera. In my time, and like, we use the globe, we open the trash bag, and we're looking at always, we found some kind of letter, something like that we can identify who belongs the trash is. Like, sometimes we don't find it, but sometimes, most of the time, we found who dumped that, the trash right there. But now we are more willing to, working, and then I want to congratulate Mr. Ruiz, because believe me, it's not easy. It's not easy, especially in the service department in Lawrence. We are working to catch the dumping people, we don't have no mercy with these people. We're going to apply the law, and we're going to try to bring more order to the city, and it has to be with inspection services. People who take a permit and do something different than the permit where they take it, and then, like, it's, when you go there, they do something different or more than what they really pull up. There's something, conversation that we have together and plan on how we can address all that stuff.
Right.
Like, for example, they say they're going to spend $50,000. But they spend $1,000 fixing, and then the city doesn't receive the real money that we need there. That's why we go to sit down, make a plan, because we know that happened, and then we're going to try to do a better job for next year to get more money here.
Thank you. I do have to, not have to, but I would like to emphasize what Director Matias said about Director Ruiz. I've come to you, Director, an issue on Mount Vernon Street, Bailey Street. What was the other one? I think it was South Baldwin once. Various locations, various residents within District E. And you have, at least with me, have not skipped a beat. Things get resolved, you get me answers. Sometimes They may not happen right away. It depends on the situation, but I get the answers and I get things done because it doesn't affect me. What I do, what I bring to you guys does not affect me at all. But if it affects the people that I represent, and when I go to you, it gets done. And I'm very appreciative. I think you and I work well together, and I hope to see, now that I will be seeing more efforts and the partnership that your department has with the city council.
And that's what we're here for, to work together as a team and try to make the city a better place. I live in this city, so I want the city to be in great shape like other cities.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to also mention that since we're talking about illegal dumping, there's a site right near the fruteria where the flea market is. So there was a lot of illegal dumping there. I worked with DPW. We cleaned up the park. The owner, we kept citing him every day. We ended up issuing like $3,000 or $4,000 worth of tickets. Finally, we had a meeting, and we convinced him. He put a whole fence all around his property. He spent a ton of money doing it, and he's going to put up cameras now to try to catch the illegal dumpers on his property over there.
Madam Chair. What I want to add is this is exactly why you see a lot of the frustrations from some of us or all of us. Just it depends on the department. But I think it all stems from the same concerns that we have. So Director Matias, I hope that given the relationship that you have with the mayor, that you, speak to the administration and help him understand that this is what we're trying to fight for, is to fully staff these departments that actually need the help in order to see this city improve in so many issues that affects us all. Because again, seeing that we only have 8 when I know that number should be double, it doesn't really make sense. And I know this is going to be similar in the case of DPW, but that's another department that we're going to address at a future date and time. But again, just like I'm imploring with you as a director to speak on behalf of your department. And that's the reason why when we're seeing other departments are quick to have top management inflate their salaries, as opposed to potentially looking for ways to add more of the boots in the ground. Like we need that. And I think this budget is very evident. It's evidence. And even the prior budget is evidence as to where we as counselors were coming from when we were speaking on behalf of trying to make certain cuts. But sometimes it's not even necessarily the cut itself. It's where these funds are actually allocated. But that.
No, last year, last year you did, give me 2 more positions. So, maybe in the future I will come in front of you and try to ask for more positions.
And I want to add that I be very friend of the mayor, but I be very friend with you, although you guys.
No, but I think the message would be received. The message would be received better from you.
I want to let clear that you have a job to do, no matter who is right here. I don't take it personally, never. And I hope everybody who's standing right here never take it like that. Council President told me the other day, Matias, don't be, afraid he might taking you. I said, you have to do your job. The only thing that I can assure you is our department now is working more closely. I visiting inspectional services every day, every morning. I pass there, I watching what everybody doing. I know everything happened there. He is in touch with me without any problem,
No, I agree, Director, but me speaking to the mayor, which I could, and I could be like, inspectional services need 8 more inspectional enforcement officers, but you, as the director, saying that you need, it probably holds more weight.
Well, we need more building inspector. That's a real problem that we face in the department, because building inspector, for the quantity of develop that's coming to the city, going to be difficult for 2 building inspectors that we have certified, plus the Mr. Blanchett. And then no everybody can be a building inspector. Need to be certified. Need to have, like some kind of special skill, and need to be certified for the state. And then, it's difficult. We posted the position. We looking for people. We try to do, I try to the best for the department. I know this department is vital for us because they do a lot of stuff. When a fire, they has to be there. When something happened, like tragedy, they be there. They be there for everything. And they working hard for the city. And I know the mayor know, the job that he's doing in this department. I only want to let him know that he got my full support, and I'm going to be always, working with him, try to fix problems that we found.
We've been, we meet all the time, and we go over the department, we go over the budget, and any issues that I feel that I have, I run them by him, by Matias, Director Matias, I run it by him, and we work together. We work together, and, we try to get the job done, as best as we could.
Thank you. To Councilman LaPlante.
Yeah, so I have to say this, please review on the ordinance 9.25030. You mentioned before that you applied for a grant for cameras.
Say again?
You mentioned before, I'll give you the number in a second. You mentioned that you applied for a grant for a
Yes,
camera. Our ordinances that apparently are quite mysterious, because no one knows about it, speaks specifically regarding it. Before you go for the grant, you've got to get it before the council for approval. It's in the language, 9.25.030. I'll read the pertinent part and we can move on. A municipal entity, that's you guys, must obtain approval from the city council subsequent or prior to a mandatory, properly noticed, pertinent public hearing at which the public is afforded a fair and adequate opportunity to provide testimony prior to the engaging in any one of the following, and here it is. Seeking funds for new or existing surveillance technology, including but not limited to budgetary appropriations, authorizations for borrowing or bonding, here it is, applying for a grant, or soliciting or accepting state or federal funds or other in-kind donations.
Okay.
So it has, I am asking that that's be on the council agenda for our next city council agenda, that you are applying for it. And this is going to be our test case. If we're going to follow our law, we're then going to have to put a public hearing on that, because you're going to say what you're applying for 40 cameras, 20 cameras, whatever it is, for whatever the purposes are, you're going to, essentially whatever you're applying for in the grant should be in the packet before the council for approval. So that's going to be, this is fresh, and this will be, we're going to kick something out of the ordinance, God willing, on Thursday, and then we're going to have this on the agenda the following week. That's one. You can call me up afterwards if there's any questions about it. I'm happy to
I'll
talk
call you
about
because
it.
I've never read this ordinance,
I
so I
understand.
don't know it. So
I understand. And we need to get the word out. There's not a lot of you guys. There's you, there's the police, there's IT. IT's the key. I'm not talking to IT. They need to be on the ball on this.
we applied. I think it was like maybe 3 months ago. I didn't know that I had to go.
I know, but let's take baby steps. Let's start with this, and then there's more to it.
We can work together.
Exactly. The other point here, and the hour's late. We're all tired. We're all very tired. I think the number one issue, no surprise, we already talked about it, is housing in the city. And I've already talked about it, is the stuff dealing with all of the departments getting together to start working on it. I just don't get the sense that we have the political will in our city to deal with it. People are trying to convince me otherwise, that we have stuff. We have ADUs, we have all these things that are kicking in, but we have these unlawful apartments. Now, people look at me when I give this number of 9,000. Where'd you get that number? You're just making that number up. I'm not making that number up. That number was given to me by Mayor Brian A. DePena at a meeting that I had with Octavian Spanner, sitting in the meeting about 6 weeks, 2 months ago. I forget the exact date. And I asked him repeatedly, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? He goes, we got 9,000. All right, I'm gonna use that number. So if anybody's questioning where I'm getting the 9,000 unlawful units, it's from the mayor directly himself. Saying it here.
Understood.
So if we have that, I don't know if he's right or wrong, I have no idea.
I don't know either. Yeah.
But if we have that, I'm going based on that.
Yeah, so,
We have a problem.
Yeah.
We have a lot of problems. You are in the
it's been a
problem
problem
business.
for forever, you know.
Yeah, and that's what, when I say,
Illegal apartments in Lawrence have been around since I've been, for 37 years I've been here.
No argument.
As you know, I worked as a firefighter. I was an investigator, fire investigator. I also was in fire prevention for 20 years. I also did smoke inspections.
I know
and we
your
used to find them
background.
all the time.
I know your background.
Yeah.
I
So,
know it.
So I know about illegal apartments. I know about them, or unlawful apartments.
Sure.
So, you know, with the rental registration, with whatever other tools that we can get, we're working on it. We're trying to get them. I only have 2 inspectors, 2 building inspectors. But we're trying to hire a 3rd one. It's hard because we don't, to be honest, we don't pay enough. Nobody wants to work here because we don't pay enough for building inspectors. Everybody else getting over
we
100,000.
need, I'm gonna cut right to the
So,
chase. This is an issue, counselors, this is an issue that requires political will. Political will. It requires, because we already talked to the OPD director, there are folks who agree. But if the mayor doesn't agree, or not necessarily agree, but is willing to put political capital, willing to put his reputation, willing to say this is important. And as I remind the mayor every time we talk about this, I'm not expecting this thing to be turned around in 1 year. We're lucky if we should be looking at this thing incrementally. If there is 9,000, again, that's just what the mayor tells me. I don't know how true that is, but if we chip away annually,
I need a motion to go past 11.
motion made, and I'm going to quit talking in a
A
second.
motion has been made, seconded by the council president. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The
If we
ayes
do
have
this incrementally and we work together with other departments, and it is the linchpin. Once you do that, you're going to see one counselor more in favor of some of the other buildings that are going on. But I have to see progress on the unlawful stuff before I say yes on the other stuff. So anyway, I just throw that at you.
No, I know.
I need proactivity.
I know how you feel.
Proaction.
No,
I need
no,
proaction. Thank you.
Okay,
Madam
thank you,
Chair.
sir.
All right, so I think that wraps up the
Yeah,
discussion for
done.
ISD.
Thank you.
I want to say, before I ask for the vote to recess, that I appreciate Director Matias and Director Perez for staying for the entire, well, I know, Director Matias, you're the head, but Director Perez, you're not, and you stayed because we have first day learn, but we have these discussions with Director Marie,
Ruiz.
Ruiz.
I know you're tired.
I'm tired. And other directors within the department, and sometimes the narrative is curbed a little bit about the city council's position, and I'm gonna keep it generalized as a city council. So I'm glad that you heard a little bit about the work and things that we worked on in the past that is not, a lot of it is not public, it's not in pictures, it's behind the scenes work that many people don't know about. And I'm just glad that you were here for a lot of this discussion, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Yeah, have a good night.
Oh, wait, last thing before
I'm
Council
sorry.
President.
For how many years you have in service?
It's 37 years.
37 years.
37 years, yes. 1988 I started.
Wow, thank you for your service.
Some of you weren't even born.
Yeah.
I was not born.
So thank you so much
Yeah.
for all the years.
Yeah, thank you.
that you have,
I could have retired 5 years ago, but I want to keep working for the city.
Yeah.
So
I
they
mean,
tell me I'm crazy, but I love working for the city.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much. Thank you for
Yeah,
everything
thank you,
do.
thank you, sir.
Thank you,
thank you,
Director.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Can
Have
I
a good night.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I have a motion to recess?
Second.
Motion has been made. Recess, yep. Motion has been made by the council president, seconded by the vice chair. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it.